all those who are not able to grasp what's mentioned or what is being said in the RC, that's completely cool. RC is a bit on a trickier side, all the RCs, right? So you will see how the questions are. I'll tell you what are the question packets, how you may come to expect some of the questions definitely from the passage, etc., etc. But the major focus should be to at least solve the RC. चार के चारों क्वेश्चन गलत हो जाए, पांच के पांचों क्वेश्चन गलत हो जाए, दैट्स कंप्लीटली कूल. Why? Just because अगर सारे सही हो जाते तो you wouldn't be attending this session, है ना? So that's why let's start. I'm giving you six. If any one of you, I'm writing it down in the chat section, है ना? So guys, if anyone has not gotten the PDF yet, please ping me on WhatsApp on 8637295553. I'll be sending right away. Hi Anirudh, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Let's see the WhatsApp. लिंक कल रात ही शेयर कर दिया था ना. Those who have joined late, I have shared the PDF with you guys. You have all the sets of RCs that we'll be discussing right now in this session. For the another session, I'll be sharing again. You know, read the RC and then we'll start comprehending and then we'll start solving the sets. अंशिता थोड़ा तो सबर कर लिया कर. Good thing. अभी नहीं बताऊंगा। Last 2 minutes, guys. Last minute. Again, I am saying those who have joined late, I can see 8 or 9 candidates have joined late. First of all, please try to be on time. Mansi, Azra, Avni, Venkat, Lux, just one. Please try to be on time. First thing first. Second thing, I have shared the PDF with you guys in the group. You can start solving from there. Read the RC, we'll be discussing the RC and then we'll be moving towards the question. Moksh, Aditya, Siddhant, please be on time. Please be on time. Stop. See, guys, what happens when you start reading such types of RC, this was an easy to comprehend RC, but things are in flow. You can see now, why you can see this and visualize it as an easy RC, just because you can relate it with your daily lives, right? Okay, it is talking about the ice creams that we purchased. It is talking about the 2 cent cones. It is talking about the 4 cent cones. What were the granny's thought? What were the child's thought? And why it was not seeming logical to that child when he was asked again and again not to go for the 2 cent cones, just to go for the 4 cent cones. All these things are completely relatable. So I'll read the RC first, I'll read line by line, I'll get a flow of it, and then I'll let you know how you should have thought in this. What should be your thought process for this RC when you are reading this out? So let's see. When I was little, children were taught. 1 second, why is this not working? Yeah. When I was little, children were bought 2 kinds of ice cream sold from those white wagons with canopies made of silvery metal, either the 2 cent cones or the 4 cent ice cream. The 2 cent coin was very small. In fact, it could fit comfortably into a child's hand, and it was made by taking the ice cream from its container with a special scoop and piling it on the cone. Granny always suggested I eat only a part of the cone, then threw away the pointed end because it had been touched by the vendor's hand, though that was the best part, nice and crunchy, and it was regularly eaten in secret after a pretense of discarding it out. So we are trying to discuss about 2 cent cones, right? The suggestions given by Granny why you shouldn't eat the 2 cent cones because of that hand touch by the vendor who is giving you that ice cream. But the child's notion when he is eating that ice cream, the child's notion is that okay, whatever the suggestions my granny is giving me out, the thing is I'm kind of liking it out. So I'll eat that. I'll showcase that I have disliked it, I have disregarded it out, but I'll eat that just because of its crunchiness. So this is just the 2 cone ice cream ka mentioning here. Along with that, what was the suggestion by granny and what was the action taken by the child? The 4 cent pie was made by a special little. Now we are talking about, as we have discussed about 2 cent cones, what the author is, as soon as I read this line, I'll anticipate in my mind what the author is trying to say. The 4 cent pie was made by a special little machine. That means it is now talking about how it is being prepared, right? So to just see here how you have to connect, how you have to backflow. It is said white wagons with canopies made of silvery metal, right? Either the 2 cent or the 4 cent, both were having the silvery metal. It is also showcasing that only, that the 4 cent pie was made by a special little machine, also silvery, which pressed 2 discs of sweet biscuits against a cylindrical section of ice cream. Not important, right? It is talking about the procedure of making it out. Obviously the question cannot be framed from here, so it's not important. You can, one more thing guys, whenever you are trying to approach the RC, there are 3 things that I kind of daily discuss with the guys who are discussing their RCs or simcats with me. There are 3 ways to read an RC, right? First, scanning the RC. It takes a lot of time. What do I mean by scanning the RC? You have to read word by word the whole RC, right? That is scanning the RC. In that sense, it will take lots of time. Some of you are taking 12 minutes, 13 minutes, 14 minutes, 15 minutes to solve one RC. That's the reason. That's the basic reason why you are taking so much time, because you are reading word by word. Then comes the skimming the RC, right? What happens here? Skimming the RC means you are taking, okay, the thorough notion, okay, in this paragraph it is being talked, in this paragraph it is being talked. At that point of time, if you are only skimming the RC, some of the important points you might miss. And in that sense, it will lead to disaster for you. And third way is skipping the RC. I read the first paragraph, I didn't understand it. I skipped that part. I read the second paragraph and then I went on to the कि यार नहीं हो रहा है, नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, let's move to the next RC, right? What happens in that case? Obviously, there will be some easy questions in that RC for sure, and you will be missing those questions. You won't be attempting those. We'll see that today, right? So the best thing, why not accumulate all of them? Scanning, skimming, and skipping. How you should accumulate? In the RC, the first paragraph is the introductory paragraph all the time. So first paragraph should be scanned. You should read word by word the first paragraph. Then you got a notion, then you have to anticipate, okay, what might be the subsequent paragraphs talking about. Once you have discussed that out, now what you will be doing, you will be skimming the RC. Okay, this is being talked, this is being talked, this is being talked. All right, sorted, sorted, sorted. Then where you will be doing the scanning again? In the last paragraph. Just because the last paragraph is the summary one. The author has given lots and lots of informations in the RC. Obviously, he will be concluding that कि उसके अपने notions क्या है. Once he will be concluding that, how will he be concluding? He will obviously be discussing कि चलो ये चीजें बात की थी. These are the informations I accumulated and these are my notions. या तो वो अपने notions देगा, or else if he is talking about any studies, any researches, he will be talking about the efficiency of all of them. These are the similar patterns you will face in many of the RCs, right? So that is the scanning part. First and last paragraph should be scanned. Where comes the skimming wala portion? This thing. Sweet biscuit against the cylindrical section of ice cream. All right. दिस इज टॉकिंग अबाउट द मेकिंग ऑफ द आइसक्रीम का सेंस. ठीक है, मैंने स्किम किया कि ये सारे आइसक्रीम्स आर गेटिंग प्रिपेयर्ड. I skipped all the examples. I'll be skipping. Just I'll be letting my mind know कि हाँ, there in this paragraph there is an example. In this paragraph there is an example relating to the things that we have discussed. But that paragraph, that example will be skipping. That will save a lot of time for you. And you will know कि हाँ यहाँ पे अगर example से वैसे आएगा नहीं. 95% of the questions example से, if they will be asking, the only question that can be framed from the examples is what does the author wants to showcase with all the examples he has given. That's it. One question. And you know where all these things are. In that case, you will be reading the paragraph above that, the paragraph below that, or example wala paragraph, you will get your answer. Right? So this is the best practice you should do. Scanning, skimming, and skipping. This should be there. Right? Now see, how I'll be reading it out. Force and pie was made by a special. Okay, so it is talking about how it is made. Silvery, which pressed two discs of sweet biscuit against a cylindrical section. Okay. First, you have to thrust your tongue into the gap between the biscuits. How you have to eat. This is discussing how you should eat. Right? Touch the central nucleus of ice cream. Then gradually you eat the whole thing. The biscuit surface. Okay, as they become soaked in creamy nectar. Right, so it is talking about how the biscuit gets softened as you eat and eat. The lower portions are more softened, etc., etc. This is they are talked about. So obviously the questions cannot be framed from here, right? They won't be asking you how ice creams are getting smoothening. Obviously they won't be asking in cat, right? So granny had no advice to give you. In theory, the pies had been touched only by the machines. In practice, the vendor had held them in his hand while giving them to us, but it was impossible to isolate the contaminated area. So now, what's the favorable thing from here? 2 cent or 4 cent? Obviously, the 4 cent, as a child, I'll think, okay, in 2 cents, the granny is advising me again and again to do this, and do this, right? But in the 4 cent, what she is doing, she doesn't have to give me any instructions because it is not touched by any of the vendors, right? So the 4 cents is a better one, right? From here, I can sense that out. I was fascinated, however, by some of my peers whose parents brought them not a 4 cent pie but 2 cent phones. These privileged children advanced proudly with one phone in their right hand and one in their left hand, and expertly moving their head from side to side, licked first one, the other. This liturgy seemed to me so sumptuously inviolable. Now, this thing is attracting again and again the consumer, the child who is eating it out. This liturgy, licking the first one first, then the second one, first one, second one, it attracted him so sumptuously that many times he asked to be allowed to celebrate it. That means he tried to convince his granny to let him have two cents. In vain. My elders were inflexible. That means they didn't give him the two cents ice cream. They gave him the 4 cent ice. Yes, but two cents ones? Absolutely no. They gave him the 4 cent one, but they didn't give him the two cent ones. So what might be the author trying to discuss from here? Right now he has just talked about the ice creams. He has talked about the 2 cent ones, how 2 cent ones looks more affordable and how it looks sumptuously inviolable. Okay, these guys are how luxurious they are having, right? They have ice creams in both their hands. They are licking first, they are licking their second. It attracted the child, but his parents or her parents didn't allow him to have two cent ones. They allowed him to have only 1 cent ones. As anyone can see, neither mathematics nor economics nor dietetics justified this refusal. So he was perplexed. Why did my granny is not allowing me to have two cent ones? Obviously, on the basis of maths, it's costing equally. On the basis of economics, it cannot be justified. On the basis of dietetics, obviously, it cannot be justified. Nor did hygiene, assuming that in due course the tips of both cones were discarded. The pathetic and obviously mendacious justification was that a boy concerned with turning his eyes from one cone to the other was more inclined to stumble over stones, steps, or cracks in the pavement. So what are the things the granny suggested? जिसके हाथ में दो चॉकलेट्स है वो एक बार इधर घूमेगा एक बार इधर घूमेगा कहीं गिर जाएगा. That's the thing they discussed. I dimly saying that there was another secret justification, cruelly pedagogical, but I was unable to grasp it. He knew this is something that the granny wants to teach something from this, but he was not able to get it. What is that thing about, right? Today, citizens and victims of a consumer society. Now, see, he has talked about the past scenario first. Now he's talking about the current scenario. What happens in today's society? So now he's trying to come up to the moral of the story, right? He has discussed the examples. What might be just suggested by Granny, what are the justifications he is giving, etc., etc. But we cannot come to any conclusions yet. Now he is talking about it. Today, citizens and victims of a consumer society, a civilization of excess and waste, which the society of the 30s was not. I realized that those dear and now departed elders were right. Two 2-cent phones instead of one at 4 cents did not signify squandering, economically speaking, but symbolically they surely did, right? So it said the people sensed from it what they sensed. They sensed the luxury lifestyle. It was for this precise reason that I yearned for them, because two ice creams suggested excess, and this was precisely when they were denied to me. So the granny didn't want to have that luxurious feel, how privileged he is, something on that front. She didn't want to have that he is having excess of it. And this was precisely why they were denied to me, because they looked indecent, insult to poverty, display of fictitious privilege, boast of wealth. Only spoiled children ate two cones at once, though children who in fairy tales were rightly punished, as Pinocchio was when he rejected the skin and the stalk. And parents who encourage this weakness appropriate to little parvenus were bringing up their children in the fullest theater of I would like to, but I can't. They were preparing them to turn up at tourist class check-in with a fake Gucci bag brought from a steer peddler on the beach at Remy. So now see the essence of it that he wants to talk about. The essence of it, it shows excess. People are showcasing fake things just to manipulate the person in front of them. He is having that excess thing, and the author is not. Author doesn't want to live with that intention, and that's why he's what he says that surely they did, right? That I though at that point of time he tried to yearn for them, but in today's society that's not something justifiable. Nowadays, the moralist risks something at odd with morality in a world where the consumer, again, the present situation, where the consumer civilization now wants even adults to be spoiled and promises them always something more. From the wristwatch in the box, examples that I was talking about. Wristwatch in the box. As soon as I read this, I'll come here, right? It is talking about all the magazines, etc., etc. Like the parents of those ambidextrous gluttons I so invite, the consumer civilization pretends to give more, but actually gives for 4 cents what is worth 4 cents. It looks like, yeah, you are getting more, but you are not actually getting it. You will throw away the old transistor example, example, example. And now it says that though you will be having some luxurious radios, but it obviously, as it has more number of components, etc., etc., the probability of getting it older, or the probability of getting it worsened in its quality will be more. The new cheap car will have leather seats, this, but it will not last nearly so long as the glorious this, which even when it broke down, the morality of the old days made Spartans of us, while today's morality wants us all to be cyberites. Now see what happens. What are the things that you will face difficulty in? At some point of time, you will not be knowing the meanings of these things, cyberites, etc., etc. And there are many words we have discussed. What will happen if you are not knowing the meaning now? Just try to anticipate what might be the meaning, and that's all, right? And once your RC is complete, what you have to do? Just think 30 seconds. Take your mind calm, keep your mind calm. Take a 30 seconds pause and imagine, just try to make a flow in your mind what you have read. In the first paragraph, we read about the 2 cent ones, 4 cent ones, what granny used to give. Then we talked about the how 4 cent ones are getting created. Then he said that how he was lured towards the 2 cent ones, 2 cent ones, because it looked privileged kind of a society. He is having excess of them. Then he talked about the current notion of it. Author talked about the current notion of it. Today I think what the granny said was correct, because I don't want to fake that luxurious lifestyle. And now at the end, as he wants to conclude, he concludes with the consumer mindset that the market plays with. You think that you are getting more in that core sense, but actually you are getting the thing that you deserve, that is actually equals to the value, actually equals to the 4 cents, right? Along with that, what you will be doing, he has talked about some of the examples to showcase simpler models are always good, right? The probability of the good models, luxurious models, to get worsened with time is more. That's it. Sorted, right? Got the flow. 30 seconds, I took 30 seconds, got the flow in my mind. Now I'll directly jump to the question. Now what will happen with this now? I won't have to switch back to the RC again. It took me 6-7 minutes to read, right? It took me 6-7 minutes to read and comprehend, but I won't be delving back to the RC again. It will save more number of time from you, right? So let's move to the, all of you, if you are sorted, let's move to the question number 1. I'll be giving 2.5 minutes for this question, and then we'll be discussing it out. I want answer from all of you guys. All right. Okay, Anirudh. Okay, Kanchan. Okay, Vaishnavi. Okay, Vaibhav. Okay, Shubham. Aditya, Rohan, Osho, Mansi, Swasti, Anusruti, Azra, Shruti, Harsha, Dhruv, Neha, Ankit, Sai, Diksha, Avni, Rajsi. All right. Okay, Aman. Last 1 minute, guys. Okay, Sweeta. Okay, Jashwant. Okay, Tushar. Okay, Pravesh. All right. Many of you fail in the trap the question has set. What is mentioned here, and many of you have given the correct answer also. Which of the, okay, right. Guys, once I start discussing now, please don't type in the comment section then. It breaks the flow. Okay, Sneha, you got it. Which of the following cannot be inferred from the passage? Today's society is more extravagant than the society of the 1940s. All right, just see the last paragraph. You know? Nowadays, the moralist risks seeming at odds with morality. In a world where the consumer civilization now wants even the adults to be spoiled and promises them always something more from the wristwatch, like the parents of those ambidextrous gluttons, I so invite the consumer civilization pretends to give more but actually gives less. What is worth for this will this? So you will throw away the old transistor radio to purchase the new one that boasts an alarm clock as well. right? What does the extravagant mean? That चीजें देखी, ज्यादा facility देखी, I'll be spending more, right? So this society is showcasing that you will be lured towards all this and you will be purchasing that out, right? So the new cheap car will have leather seats, double side mirrors, etc., etc., but it will not last nearly so long as the glorious old Fiat 500, right? But still, today's morality wants us all to be Sabarites, right? So obviously, you will be seeing an old Fiat 500, you will be seeing the Mercedes Benz. You will be, I'm not giving the example of Mercedes Benz, it's good in quality as well as luxury. But let's say some model of Alto or something else, right? You will be lured towards that. Today's society is lured towards more luxurious, more privileged kind of item. So if the author says that today's society is more extravagant, that's perfectly cool. And we have to see which cannot be inferred. The act of eating two ice cream cones is akin to a ceremonial process. Ceremonial process means what? Celebrating things out. Yes, the ones who were eating these things felt privileged. It was like a ceremony ki, haan, I can have this privilege, but many of them cannot. So that was kind of a ceremony to them. So this can also be mentioned from the passage. Elders rightly suggested that a boy turning eyes from one cone to the other was more likely to fall. Now see, here in the passage, the author says that what he has mentioned, that if, just see here, the pathetic and obviously mendacious. His the justification was that a boy cornered with turning his eyes from one cone to the other was more inclined to stumble over stones, steps, or cracks. This was the justification provided. I dimly sensed that there was another secret justification, cruelly pedagogical, but I was unable to grasp it. Right? After that, the author has nowhere mentioned, or the author has nowhere justified ki it was the logical explanation was about the falling thing from the granny. He said that there was something cruelly pedagogical. The granny wanted to teach me something out, right? So the author is directly mentioning it out. So when it is said that rightly suggested that a boy turning eye from one cone to the other was more likely to fall, we cannot infer this out. It was the justification that was provided, but elders rightly suggested, right? This rightly word makes it a bit skeptical for me to mark. Why it makes it a bit skeptical? Because nowhere the author has given the justification. Yeah, that was a true justification. At that moment only he said that there is something else. There is something else. That means he is also skeptical towards that justification. So we cannot infer this from the passage. I'll keep this as an option abhi ke liye. Despite seeming to promise more, the consumer civilization gives away exactly what the thing is worth. Clearly mentioned in the paragraph. The consumer civilization attempts to spoil children and adults alike. So here it says today it wants the adults to be spoiled. The children are already spoiled. So we can directly sense it out. So this is also in this can also be inferred. So the best option will be answer C. Those who are having any doubts, please unmute and ask. If sorted, type an S in the chat section so that we can proceed to the next question. Sorted. S means sorted. Yeah. Others, if you have any doubts, you may ask.
Sir, in option A, 1930s is a particular thing. Like, where is it mentioned that it is happening in 19?
See, it is just trying to showcase you, it is trying to compare the past from the present scenario. That's the only intention to provide 1930s. It's just to compare the past from the present.
Okay.
Yeah. Next question, guys. Again, 2 minutes of time for this. Okay, Kanchan. Okay, Mahavir fell in that trap. Yeah. Okay, also, okay, Shubham, Anirudh, Vaibhav, Shruti. All right, guys. Ankit, okay. Shubham, Shoni, Neha, Harsha, Avni. All right, Rajsi. Okay, Rohan. Okay, Jaswant. Okay, Avni. क्या बात है? लाइन से सारे लोग गलत आंसर दे रहे हैं. All right, Rashnavi. Okay, Sai. Okay, Shravani. Okay, Mansi. Okay, Ezra. Okay, Laksh. Ah, कोई ना. That's okay. No? See, last 30 seconds. Okay, Pravesh. Okay, Aishi. चलो देखते हैं. Let's move to the author. What the question is saying, the author pined for 2 cent scones instead of 1 4 cent pie because, right? Just move to the passage. The 4 cent pie was made this until it touched. I was fascinated by some of my peers whose parents brought them not a 4 cent pie, but two 2 cent cones. These privileged children advanced proudly with one pony in their right hand and one in their left hand, and expressively moving their heads from one side to another. This liturgy seemed to me so sumptuously inviolable that many a times I asked to be allowed to celebrate it. That means what? देखो, दो ही ऑप्शंस में कंफ्यूजन था यहाँ पे, राइट? द फर्स्ट ऑप्शन, it made dietic sense. No, not at all completely out of scope for me. It suggested intemperance. So intemperance means what? You feel like you don't have any constraints or something on yourself. You feel you are more privileged. You feel you are more luxurious. There is no constraint on you, right? So that means this might look a bit feasible. It was more fun, no? It had a visual appeal. Well, yes, it certainly had. The author has mentioned that it looked so cool when they came from one side to another towards them. He was a glutton. No, glutton means those who prefer food more and more, right? No. So three options were directly eliminated. Now I was confused between option B and D, right? So why, first thing first, ask yourself, ask your mind, why the author wants to have that 2 cent ones? Just because it looks good, or because he feels that he is more privileged, he feels that he has no constraints, he feels economically that he can afford to out. What's better between B and D? Just the visual appeal that, okay, that looks more cool when they are coming to my side, that looks more cool. Is it the correct thing? Or is it the second one, that it looks like I'm super rich kind of thing? Sumptuously inviolable. That's the word you have to keep in mind. It's not only about the visual appeals. It was about feeling inside, yeah, I'm privileged. Right? So that's why between option B and D, D is more appropriate, not B. And hence B will be the answer. Anyone having any doubts, please ask. If sorted, type a S, we can proceed to the next question. Perfect. Let's move to the next question then. Yes, yes. अच्छा, okay, Sakit. Those who didn't know the meaning of intemperance, na, in such questions it's better to avoid those questions. Agar if you are able to eliminate all other options, then it's cool, go with that option, else don't mark that question. Because यहाँ क्या था ना, यहाँ there was a trap. If you don't know the meaning of intemperance, obviously visual appeal looks more cool, है ना, और तुम मार्क करके आ जाते, गलत हो जाते. महावीर, अनिरुद्ध, नेहा, ओशो, ध्रुव. ओके, शुभम, अवनी, लक्ष्य. ओके अजरा. ओके शाइन. ओके प्रवेश. क्या कर रहा है प्रवेश यार, चलो मैं इसके बाद. महावीर. ओके, लास्ट 1 minute गाइस. ओके मानसी, तुषार. ओके आयुषी. ओके निखिल. ओके दीक्षा. Stop. Stop. What does the author mean by nowadays the moralists risk seeming at odds with morality? Just read that line. Right. Nowadays morality is seeming at odds with morality in a world where the consumer civilization now wants even adults to be spoiled. So it wants consumer to be consuming more, etc., etc., etc. Right? That's the essence of this paragraph. Cool. The moralists of yesterday have become immoral today. First thing first, there is nowhere we have mentioned about immorality. We have talked about the consumer mindset. We have talked about the today's perception. You feel like you are getting more at 4 cents, but obviously you will not be getting that. वो होता है ना कि कॉलगेट का बड़ा पैक लो तो ज्यादा आता है, छोटा पैक लो तो कम आता है, समथिंग ऑन दैट फ्रंट माइंड में चलता है ना, राइट. बट द एक्चुअल थिंग इज कि यू विल बी गेटिंग ओनली द थिंग्स दैट, अगर 4 सेंट का है तो यू विल बी गेटिंग एट अ कॉस्ट ऑफ 4 cents ओनली. So it's not about the immorality wala factor, it's not immoral, है ना. So that's why this will be completely absurd, right? क्योंकि हम लोग किसी conclusion immorality, we are not trying to reach to any immorality wala conclusion. The concept of morality has changed over the years. All right, this might look appropriate, might. Why? Because down the lane, first morality was something on the another side in 19 previous aspect. जैसे question number 1 में 1930s का era था. The era at that point of time where grannies or elders had other thoughts, the children had other thoughts. Today, they want the adults also to get spoiled at the same level, at the same extent. How? By keeping that consumer mindsets by focusing on the consumer mindsets in their minds, right? So yes, it looks a bit appropriate. Consumerism is amoral, again something that is not moral, right? We have not talked about this conclusion. The risks associated with immorality have gone up. Risks associated with, अगर यहाँ पे morality आता, अगर यहाँ पे the risks associated with morality have gone up, that for sure was the correct thing out. But we have not discussed about whether this is immoral or something. So if we are not discussing about something being immoral, how can we talk about the risk of immorality getting up? Obviously, if the perception towards morality has changed, and along with that the risk has also gone up. If you will be taking a radio, luxurious radio, the chance of getting it worsened with time is more, right, in comparison to the simpler models that used to come early. So morality, if this word would have been morality, that option would have been appropriate, but with immorality, obviously a big no. The purist view of morality is fast becoming popular. So purist's view of morality, what this purist's view of morality we are talking about? Purist's view of morality means what? Ki, the granny wale thoughts, you know, we should consume this much, only we should consume the 4 cent ones, because 2 cent ones gives you that sense of privilegeness, etc., etc. So the purist's view of morality is fast becoming popular, but it is not becoming popular. The consumer mindset is becoming popular. The mindset of having luxurious items at home is getting popular, right? So obviously option E will be eliminated. Option A, C was directly eliminated. Option D, a bit tricky in its sense, but this word has let me eliminate this option, and option E was directly eliminated. So the best answer is option B. Anyone having any doubts, please ask. Sorted? Okay. Let's move to the next question then. Now I'll suggest all of you to just search the meaning of these 5 words right now, right away, and write it down. I can ask anyone. Okay. Okay, वैभव मीनिंग पता नहीं है तो मार कर रहे, चलो ठीक है. 2 minutes of time, guys. Assume कैसे कर पाओगे मीनिंग? नो वैभव, इफ यू आर नॉट इन ऑप्शंस यू कैन नॉट अज्यूम ना, क्योंकि ऑप्शन बस वर्ड दिया हुआ है, तो यहाँ पे तुम अज्यूम कैसे कर पाओगे? हाँ, अगर यही चीज पैराग्राफ में दिया होता तो ऑब्वियसली यू कुड हैव अज्यूम्ड इट इजीली. लास्ट 1 minute, guys. Okay, Anshita. Last 30 seconds, guys. हाँ साकेत, गलत है। Okay. Tushar, search the meaning of that one that you have marked. Sure. I guess all of you must have done that, right? See, guys, एक चीज फर्स्ट थिंग फर्स्ट, मेरे को एक मीनिंग अगर पता होता है ना, सबसे पहला चीज है कि डिडैक्टिक वर्ड इन मेनी ऑफ द फिलोसॉफिकल पैसेज यू विल बी सीइंग डिडैक्टिक वर्ड अ लॉट। व्हाई डिडैक्टिक? डिडैक्टिक मींस, डिडैक्टिक का मतलब क्या होता है? डिडैक्टिक मींस इट वांट्स टू टीच यू समथिंग। सो ऑब्वियसली एनी फिलोसॉफिकल थिंग इट वांट्स टू कम टू अ कंक्लूजन विद सम ऑफ द टीचिंग्स, राइट? So in philosophical RC you will be getting this word lots and lots of time, right? Dietetic का मतलब क्या? Dietetic का मतलब क्या होता है? Anyone if you have searched, इसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन से रिलेटेड होता है, राइट? एंड द पैसेज इज नॉट अबाउट आर्ट ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग और समथिंग, द मीनिंग ऑफ डाइटेटिक इज आर्ट ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग और समथिंग, but it is not, the passage is not about related to diet and health, okay? So the passage is not about your health के concerns etc etc, so obviously eliminate option A will be eliminated. Dialectic means क्या होता है?
सर इसका मतलब होता है आर्ट ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन।
इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग ना, हाँ
हाँ,
तो अच्छा, हाँ
सेकंड वाले का मतलब न्यूट्रिशन होता
रिलेटेड
है।
टू, हाँ आई गॉट इट आई गॉट इट आई गॉट इट, इट इज रिलेटेड टू डाइट्स एंड ऑल, है ना? इट इज रिलेटेड टू डाइट्स एंड ऑल, डाइट्स एंड हेल्थ रिलेटेड थिंग्स। एंड डायलेक्टिक मींस होता है तुम्हारा रिलेटेड टू इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग समथिंग, राइट? सॉरी आई कैन, इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग समथिंग, है ना? So it is, this passage is not trying to come up to any conclusion with the help of investigations and all, so this is also eliminated. डायटोनिक का मतलब क्या होता है?
सर ये म्यूजिक स्किल से रिलेटेड कुछ होता है।
Notes of music, yeah, notes of music
जी
or something on that front.
जी।
The basic thing is here, it is talking about the tone, right? So diatonic means related to notes, related to musical notes, something on that front होता है ना? Exact meaning I don't know. एंड डायस्टोलिक ये तो ब्लड प्रेशर से रिलेटेड होता है, मेनी ऑफ अस हैव सीन कि लो बीपी है, हाई बीपी है, इट इज रिलेटेड टू ब्लड प्रेशर्स एंड ऑल दोस थिंग्स, ठीक है? दिस वर्ड आई केम टू नो इन द प्रीवियस 3 months अ लॉट, है ना? तो ऑब्वियसली दिस इज नॉट रिलेटेड टू दैट ब्लड प्रेशर वाला पार्ट, वी हैव नॉट डिस्कस्ड, राइट? सो और एक और चीज बताओ मेरे को, इसमें कंफ्यूजन होती भी ना तो आई वुड हैव मार्क्ड ऑप्शन ए, बिकॉज आई हैव नोन द मीनिंग ऑफ डिडैक्टिक, it wants to teach us something, and in philosophical classes many of the times we'll be getting that, so option A is the answer, right? Now guys, tell me in the chat difficulty level of this passage, uh, easy, moderate or difficult, EMD. Okay, so Sai moderate, Mahavir moderate, Asra, Nikhil, Kanchan, Anirudh, Neha, Vaishnavi, हाँ सर, Hasa, Sosti, all right. It's if you don't know meaning of certain words, it's not easy. Yeah, moderate if meaning. Okay, side. See, guys, many of you have talked about the moderate thing, right? Yes, it was the moderate one, but it was an actual cat passage, right? Out of the 4 questions, two you could have easily marked, right? Easily marked. अगर इसका मीनिंग पता होता तो यू कुड हैव मार्क्ड she easily. In this question I also say कि तुम confusions, no, not in this question. In this question you could have gotten confused, that's for sure, right? Because this line was directly mentioned, so it was a difficult question, right? It was a difficult question. It was an easy question. Not easy, it was a moderate one, because in between B and D, just because of this meaning of this word, you could have gotten confused, right? It was an easy question. On the basis of these words, you could have eliminated all other options. So it was an easy question. And if you don't know the meaning of all these, it was an easy, else it was a moderate question. Or else you can say it was a difficult question. If you don't know the meaning of the words, it was a difficult question, right? But of the only intention of ours is to know some of the frequently occurring words, and this will one be for sure. So remember this word, right? Let's move to the next RC, guys. Again, 6 minutes of time for this.
सर वो लास्ट में डाउट
हाँ बोलो ना बेटा.
सर वो सेकंड क्वेश्चन
हाँ
नहीं ये नहीं सर वो मोरालिटी वाला
हाँ
सर इसमें ये जो लास्ट ऑप्शन है ना द प्योरिस्ट व्यू ऑफ मोरालिटी इज फास्ट बिकमिंग पॉपुलर
हाँ.
तो ये ऑप्शन में मैं कंफ्यूज हो गया था मतलब प्योरिस्ट व्यू मतलब कैसे एस्टेब्लिश करेंगे
तो वही तो एस्टेब्लिश नहीं हो रहा है ना. प्योरेस्ट व्यू ऑफ मोरालिटी इज फास्ट बिकमिंग
नहीं
पॉपुलर.
मतलब प्योरिस्ट व्यू मतलब उसका मीनिंग ही नहीं समझा ऐसा बोल रहा
अच्छा, इसका मीनिंग समझ में ही नहीं आया तेको. तो
हूँ
प्योरिस्ट
हाँ
देखो, प्योरिस्ट व्यू का मतलब क्या हुआ कि दोज हु आर प्योर. प्योर मतलब क्या हुआ, what the author suggested, that those things that his granny taught, that was having some moralistic symbolic क्या बोलते हैं उसको, symbolism with itself, right? है ना? And at that moment it looked not that kind of cool to him, but after some time he also asserted that with this paragraph, right? So from here you can sense that purist view का sense. समझ आया? बेटा समझ आया?
हाँ सर
So let's move to the next paragraph, guys. 6 minutes of time for this. Right now it is 12:12. I'll start dot at 12:07. And I really love the number of people trying to answer the question. That's a very good thing, guys. Those who are not answering, यार गलत हो जाएगा, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा भाई, सीख जाओगे, कर लो. लास्ट वाले में कितना सही हुआ अंशिता? अंशिता लास्ट वाले में कितना सही हुआ? क्या बात, ऑसम, ऑल ऑफ देम आर करेक्ट, सही है। इस वाले में देखते हैं। Yes, Aditya, wait. I'll be giving the options first. In options, Aditya, the passage is forwarded in the groups. Are you in the group, Aditya? Are you in the Catweka group, open group? I have shared the PDF there. You can see the questions from there. है ना?
आपने सर B1 वाले में भेजा है इसीलिए नहीं मिला हुआ।
क्या?
आपने जो PDF B1 बैच में भेजा है।
बाकी में PDF नहीं भेजा है मैंने, ऐसा
नहीं
कैसे हो
सर,
सकता है? नहीं भाई, कैटवे के कैट 23 कैट 22 सब में भेजा हुआ है भाई। क्या
सर
बात
ग्रुप
कर
पे
रहे हो?
डाला है, मैं बैच 2 का हूँ, मुझे भी मिला है।
हाँ, सबको डाला हुआ है भाई। मेन बैच में देखो, VARC नहीं। चलो स्टार्ट गाइस, लेट्स स्टार्ट। ठीक है, सी what it says. Language is not a cultural artifact that we learn the way we learn to tell time or how the federal government works. Instead, it is a distinct piece of the biological makeup of our brains. Now, we are trying to talk about the distinction between language as a cultural artifact and language has a biological semblance, right? Language is a complex, specialized skill which develops in the child spontaneously without conscious efforts, is deployed without awareness of its underlying logic, is qualitatively the same in every individual, and is distinct from more general abilities to process information or behave intelligently. So, what language is, whether it gets easily, here it's mentioned here that it is getting easily, that line, yeah, it is getting easily developed in the child's spontaneously. So whether the development of language is easy or not, we are talking about the child's aspects here. What are different aspects that we may talk about? Then we can talk about, then we can talk about the distinctiveness of the languages in proper key. This language, how one language is different from other languages, etc., etc., etc. All these things. That's why anticipation in the subsequent paragraphs that might would have been talked about, है ना, कि how it is different to create a language in one, whereas it is difficult to create the language in another species. So let's see. For these reasons, some cognitive scientists have described language as a psychological faculty. Now see the third thing out. First, we talked about the cultural artifact. Then we talked about the biological semblance. And now we are trying to showcase that psychological faculty, psychological aspect of it. So we are trying to cater to three segments at a time: a mental organ, neural system, and a computational module. But I prefer here, he says it's his own logic. So this might be my question pocket from here. Question might get erosion. What is the difference between the what the author thinks and what's the general thinking that's there? But I prefer the admittedly quantum instinct. So he says that okay, we are talking about psychological aspect, we are talking about the cultural aspect, we are talking about the biological aspect. But according to me, language is instinct. It conveys the idea that people how to talk in more or less the sense that spiders knows how to spin webs. So it comes instinctively to them, like if Oso is talking to me, it will instinctively come ki, okay, I'll have to talk about the VARC with Suraj sir, I'll have to communicate about DILR to Valendu sir, etc., etc., etc. So this comes instinctively to you, ki what all you have to communicate, how you will be communicating for the efficiency aspect of it, right? So, and along with that, it has compared that with spiders, right? Spinning was not invented by some unsung spider genius and does not depend on having had the right education or having an aptitude for architecture or the construction trades, not important, not at all important. It is not signifying जो example इसने discuss किया, it is saying कि okay, this is not something that they have learned, it has come instinctively to them. So to prove this line, how to spin web, no one lets them know. To prove this line, this sentence has been made. So it's not that important. Rather, spiders spin spiders web because they have spider brains, which give them the urge to spin and the competence to succeed. All right, so he is talking about the instinct basis, right? Whereas simultaneously he is talking about what? He is talking about key spiders have brains, right? Between web. So if I'm talking about that brain wala part, again there will be a contradictory thing that will be going on in my mind. He is saying okay, it doesn't have any biological significance. Simultaneously he is showing that spider is webbing all those webs because he has a spider web brain. Brain is neurological, so we can talk about the biological aspect. So again, the contradiction is occurring in my mind, and that's why this paragraph is very, very important for the question formation. Because there are many contradictory statements I have read till now, which give them the urge to spin and the competence to succeed. Although there are differences between verbs and words, I'll encourage you to see language in this way, for it helps to make sense of the phenomena we'll explore. So he is talking about language as a phenomena, and now what he says we will explore. So obviously he'll be talking about all the essence of it in the subsequent paragraphs to explore more. Now see, thinking of language as an instinct involves the popular wisdom. Now he's discussing about his own thing, what he thought. He's trying to prove that statement, that thinking of language as an instinct involves the popular wisdom, especially as it has been passed down in the canon of the humanities and social sciences. Language is no more a cultural invention than is upright posture. It is not a manifestation of a general capacity to use symbols. A 3-year-old we shall see is a grammatical genius, but is quite incompetent at the visual art, this, and the other staples. Though language is a magnificent ability unique to Homo sapiens among living species, it does not call for sequestering the study of humans from the domain of biology. For a magnificent ability unique to a particular living species is far from unique in the animal kingdom. So now again, he is focusing on the same aspect कि हम लोगों को biological connotations के साथ we shouldn't proceed, we should think it as an instinctive aspect. Why? Because he has given the example of child कि obviously a child, biologically a child is alike to the human species, right? But he is not able to communicate properly. Why he is not able to communicate properly? Because at that instinct, what he has to speak, he doesn't have that creativity in his mind. Still he is, though with the help of grammatical, even a child is a grammatical genius, but he won't be able to communicate because of that lack of instinctiveness in himself or herself. Some kinds of bats, homes, XYZ using Doppler sonar. Some kinds of migratory birds navigate this against the time and year. In nature's talent, so we are simply a species of primate with our own act, a knack for communicating information about who did what to whom by modulating the sounds we make and what we exhale. So he is talking about this key biological aspects. We shouldn't think about it with the help of biological aspect. Why? Because all these regions are there. Some are using Doppler sound, some are using migratory navigations, etc., etc. But they are not able to communicate properly. Why? Because that instinctiveness is missing. Right? Let's move to the last paragraph of this. Once you begin to look at language not as the ineffable essence of human uniqueness, but as a biological adaptation to communicate information, it is no longer as tempting to see language as an insidious shaper of thought, and we shall see it is not. So again, continuously he is focusing on what aspect? कि biological aspect को दूर करो. Right? Instinctive aspect को लेके आओ, biological aspect, if you will be considering it as a biological aspect, it will not lure you as much as it should. Moreover, seeing language as one of nature's engineering marvels, that instinctiveness, an organ with that perfection of structure and co-adaptation which justly excites our admiration, in Darwin's word, gives us a new respect for your ordinary Joe and the mixed this. So Agar biological, if you will be going through biological aspect, it won't be much learning. Whereas if you are going from the instinct aspect that the author says I am focused upon, it will give you that admiration towards itself. The complexity of language from the scientist's point of view is part of our biological birthright, right? It is not something that parents teach their child or something that must be elaborated in school. Education is an admirable thing, but it is well to remember from time to time that nothing that is worth knowing can be taught. Very important a sentence. Question might be framed from here. Nothing that is worth knowing can be taught, right? Why is he saying again and again? Because if you are going from the language aspect, right, you won't be able to communicate. If you, all these things, grammar, etc., all are being taught, but he has said with the help of the child example, he has mentioned that grammar genius won't, it's not necessary that grammar genius will be expressing all these things as they want to be, because it lacks communication skills, it lacks that instinctiveness. So that's why he says, and that instinctiveness cannot be taught, and hence he says as instinctiveness is very important, nothing that is worth knowing can be taught. A pre-scholar's tacit knowledge of grammar is more sophisticated than the thickest style manual or the most state-of-the-art computer language system, and the same applies to all healthy human beings. Even the notorious this professional athlete and the like inarticulate teenage skateboarder. Finally, since language is the conclusion, guys. He has discussed इतनी सारी ज्ञान उसने दे दी, conclusion तो देगा ना. So this is kind of conclusion. Finally, since language is the product of a well-engineered biological instinct, we shall see that it is not the nutty barrel of monkeys that entertain columnists make it out to be, right? So this statement, what it suggests, well-engineered marvel along with the biological instinct, right? Again, the contradiction. At the end, he says it is a well-engineered biological instinct, and we should see all these with that perception only, right? Difficult tasks to read and comprehend, difficult to create a flow, but you can create that flow by keeping in mind what the author is saying. Just once you complete the reading, just think in your mind what you have read. You have read about language, you have read about the flow of language, you have learned about the psychological aspects of it, you have learned about the biological aspects of it, you have learned about the instinctive aspects of it. The author is more preferring towards instinctive aspects. He has mentioned that biological aspects shouldn't be that much focused, or grammatical aspects shouldn't be that much focused. So if you are focusing that much and if you are missing on the instinct wala part, you are obviously missing something, right? So this is what the author has mentioned. Let's move to the first. All of you understood this out? वो क्वेश्चन से पता चल जाएगा. Let's move to the next first question of this. 2 minutes of time, guys. Okay, Ankit, Vandana, Aditya, Shruti, Avnish, Osho, Shah, okay, Aman, okay. Moksha, okay, Shah, Bro, Anirudh, Siddharth. Last 30 seconds. I can see the answer of each and every one. Got it. Stop. Very good job, guys. Hello. Very good job that so many of you have answered. Right, I guess I have gotten around 37 responses till now. Well done. Huh? See, what is given here, according to the passage, which of the following does not stem from popular wisdom or on language? Does not stem from popular wisdom on language. Okay, so we have to see which is not affecting it out, right? See, language is a cultural aspect. Okay, so popular wisdom on language, what does that mean? If I'm talking about the popular wisdom on language, that means we are trying to strengthening the language, right? So if I'm talking about key does not stem, matlab this is my major critical thinking that I'm thinking from the passage, right? And these are the branches of it. Hello? So here it is said language is a cultural artifact. All right. So we had thought in the language is not a cultural artifact that we learn the way we learn to tell time, right? So that's why the author is saying language is not a cultural artifact. Perfectly fine. And we have to see which of the following does not stem from popular wisdom or language. So that means this option is eliminated. Why? Because it is saying the author is saying language is not a cultural artifact that you can learn. Whereas from the wisdom on language, you can stem something out, you cannot stem something out, right? And this is something that can be stemmed out, whereas we are being asked which cannot be stemmed out. So that means option A is eliminated. Option B is saying language is a cultural invention. He has mentioned that again and again in the passage that language is not a cultural artifact. You cannot learn in from that, right? So you cannot sense that it might be stemmed from it or it might not be stemmed out from it. The wisdom of knowledge, from the wisdom of knowledge. So that's why if I'm talking about option B, I might be a bit confused. Okay, whether it is mentioning again about the cultural artifact, about the cultural invention, I'll be a bit confused here. This can this be my answer? I don't know yet, but can this be my answer? C says language is learned as we grow. Okay, this we can stem. This we can stem it out from कि जैसे जैसे हम लोग बड़ा होते जाते हैं, from the wisdom of knowledge you can grow your language, right? So this we can stem, whereas we have to see which cannot be stemmed. Okay, language is a unique to Homo sapiens. Yes, it is also given that we can communicate properly with the help of instinctiveness and all these things. So this can also be stemmed from the wisdom of language. So this is also included in that. Language is a psychological faculty. So psychological faculty, what do I mean by psychological faculty? Clearly, he has mentioned that if you are talking about psychological aspects of it, just see the passage. Here it is given that if you are focusing on the psychological aspect of it, have described language as a psychological faculty, a mental organ. Some cognitive scientists have described language as a psychological this. But I prefer the admittedly coined term instinct. So that means the author, according to the author's essence, he can sense that it cannot be having that significant psychological faculty. He is saying it is the instinctive faculty, and hence you cannot stem it out from the wisdom on language. If you are focusing on wisdom on language, the author says it's not psychological, It's instinctive. So that's why this we cannot stem, right? So between option B and option E, I was a bit confused. Anyone having it out? Guys, हाँ महावीर, wait कर लो ना, है ना? So see, I was really confused between option B and option E because A I eliminated, C D तो correctly mentioned है, right? E I am kind of sure, but that this sentence ना, ठीक है, this sentence has let me get confused कि some cognitive scientists have described language as a psychological faculty. That means there are some perceptions towards this field, right? So we can stem it out or we cannot stem it out. According to the author, we cannot, but some scientists have done it. That's why I'm really confused between option B and E, right? So I'll look for option B. Language is a cultural invention, right? So if it says language is a cultural invention, with time, with the knowledge he has said, with the curriculum, we have possessed all these things, right? We have possessed the culture with the knowledge, we have possessed the significance of culture, etc., 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 with time and with knowledge. So with the essence of more knowledge, with the enhancement in my knowledge, obviously culture can be enhanced too. So from the wisdom of knowledge, it can also be derived, it can also be stemmed. So that's why option B will be eliminated and option E will be announced. Anyone having any doubts, please ask. Very, very tricky one. Why? Not because of the options, but because of the complexity of the passage. Sometimes you will feel difficult to comprehend what you have comprehended.
सर
हाँ,
सर ये क्वेश्चन नहीं, मतलब ये जो डज नॉट स्टेम वाला पार्ट है ना,
हाँ,
वो नहीं आया, लाइक मुझे क्वेश्चन ही समझ नहीं आया कि
वही तो, इसलिए मैंने इसको क्यों बोला वेरी वेरी ट्रिकी, क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली डज नॉट स्टेम का मतलब क्या हुआ ना कि व्हेन यू हैव सम पॉपुलर विजडम ऑन लैंग्वेज, दैट मींस यू हैव सम कंप्लीट होल्ड ऑन दैट लैंग्वेज, राइट? So with the help of that, some are of the things that you can better for yourself, right? Some of the things that you can relate with yourself only, whereas some of the things that you cannot relate, right? So those things which you cannot relate, that will be my answer, because it cannot be stemmed from the wisdom of language. So that's the question. Abhi samajh aaya?
तो फिर इन दैट केस मतलब जैसे पैसेज में बोला है कि लाइक लैंग्वेज इज नॉट अ कल्चरल आर्टिफैक्ट,
हाँ,
और यहाँ पर लिखा है लैंग्वेज इज अ कल्चरल आर्टिफैक्ट, तो
हाँ।
फिर हाउ इज इट, मतलब आपने इसको एलिमिनेट कैसे किया?
क्योंकि यहाँ पे क्या दिया है, मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में इसको समझा देता हूँ। क्या यहाँ पे क्या दिया हुआ बच्चा कि stem from popular wisdom on language, right? So with time, with the adaptation of language, in the passage it's mentioned you can enhance your culture, etc., etc., right? It is mentioned in the passage, right? So
Yes,
when
sir.
it is said, the first sentence is that language is not a cultural aspect. That's perfect. But with the essence of this wisdom of on language, if you have the command over language, you can enhance your cultural things out. So if you can enhance these things, you can say that it is a cultural artifact which can be enhanced with the help of knowledge. So we can stem that from the ये wisdom of knowledge ना.
ओके ओके,
समझ आया?
हाँ जी हाँ जी.
चलो, let's move to the next question, guys. सबको प्राइवेट में बोलिए ना. Guys, if any one of you have the settings of to everyone, please change the settings to directly me. आंचल, तेरा settings change कर ले बच्चा. Good job. All of you are correct in this question. Wow. Good job. See, anyone who is still left to answer? Last 15 seconds. Perfect, Saravani. Perfect, Siddharth. Perfect, Pravesh. Chalo, stop. Which of the following can be used to replace the spider knows how to spin webs analogy as used by the author? Right? So spider knows how to spin webs. सबसे पहले सबसे the first thing that will click to my mind, instinctive. Nobody let teaches them, right? A kitten learning to jump over the wall, right? So if something like a child trying to read a book, obviously it will take some time. The learning phase will be time taking, right? So on that basis, it won't be instinctive. Hence, as it is consuming, it will consume more number of time. Hence, this will not be my answer. Bees collecting nectar. All right, instinctive or process, right? They saw the beehives and they went there, they collected the nectar. Instinctive, this might be my answer. Donkey carrying a load. Okay, it will obviously be taking some time to carry the load and it is not instinctive a process, right? कि हाँ देखा load कर किया चालू हो गया. It's not that. Like a horse running a derby. Again, it is time taking a process, right? A pet clock protecting its owner's property. So down the lane, it is a lengthy procedure. They have to do it for every day, right? So again, on that basis, it is again not instinctive. So the only thing that is instinctive is option B. That is my answer. All of you are correct with this. Good job done. Let's move to the next question then. Okay, Mahavir, Shruti, okay, Aditya. Okay, Osho. Aditya, change the setting. Aditya, change the setting. I'm telling again and again. Okay, Shubham. Okay, Dhruv. Okay, Pravesh. Okay, Shravani. Okay. नहीं रे अनुश्रुति नहीं. Vandana, change your settings, please. Okay, okay, Bhanu. नहीं रे भानु, not correct. Last 30 seconds, please. Those who have not marked, please mark, please. Okay, Kanchan. Okay, Raji. Okay, Siddhant, Achal. Achal. चलो देखो, which of the following is unique to human beings? मेरे को पता था ये सेकेंड या थर्ड पैराग्राफ में कहीं दिया हुआ था, सेकेंड ही पैराग्राफ में था, 3 पैराग्राफ का तो ये पैसेज ही था, राइट. Thinking of language as an instinct inverts the popular wisdom. This canon language is no more a cultural invention than its upright posture. It is not a manifestation. This, but is quite incompetent at visual graphics. Though language is a magnificent ability unique to Homo sapiens. See, yeah, I got my answer. Though language is a magnificent ability unique to Homo sapiens among living species, it does not call for sequestering the study of humans from the domain of biology. For a magnificent ability unique to a particular living species is far from unique in the animal kingdom. Some kinds of these guys, some kinds of these use this in nature's talent. So we are simply a species of primate with our own act. All right. A knack of communicating the things, communicating information about who did what to whom by modulating the sound we make when we exhale. Right? So it is just about communicating information about who did what by modulating the sound that we make while we are exhaling. Now tell me, wasn't it a direct question, guys, that you fumbled in? Ability to use symbols while communicating with one another. All right, might be true. Ability to communicate with each other through voice modulation. A better one in comparison to a better one because it is also considering the voice modulation while we are communicating with each other. So option A will be eliminated because B is better than option A. Ability to along with that we are not using the symbols that is mentioned there. Ability to communicate information to other members of the species. So ability to communicate information to other members of the species, right? Other members of the species का मतलब क्या हुआ? Whether we are considering various species, whether we are considering that species, whether we are considering only the human beings, something on an ambiguous note, right? Along with that, what we want to communicate, we always don't want to communicate the informations. The communications are non-information based too, whereas it is narrowing down on information. Just see in passage what it says. Nature's talent, we are communicating information about who did what to whom by modulating the sound we make when we exhale. Right. So here we are talking about the communication of information, but along with that, there are many things that we do with the help of grammatical symbol. Right. We shall see is grammatical genius, but it's quite incompetent of the visual arts. So it's not only about the informations that we share some of the non-informations too. And hence between option B and C, I guess option B looks more appropriate. So I'll eliminate option C on the basis of that. Right? Along with that, other members of the species makes it a bit more ambiguous. Right? So that's why option C will be eliminated. Option D says ability to use sound as a means of communication. Now those who have marked this out, guys, क्या कर रहे हो यार? सिर्फ साउंड्स के बारे में बात नहीं की गई है. Why you guys are thinking on one aspect and leaving the other aspects? Did we talk about here कि we create only sounds to communicate? there is one portion of it that the modulating the sounds we make when we exhale. So what about this modulation ka part? What about the communication with the proper significance on ki, when we are communicating this while exhaling, the sound modulation will be like this. What are about these parts? So don't you think it's narrower in approach? सारे ऑप्शंस को एक दूसरे से कंपेयर किया करो ना गाइस, right? So on that basis option D will be eliminated and hence option B is my answer. Anyone having any doubts, please ask. If sorted, type as we can proceed to the next question. All right. Perfect. हाँ बोल अंशिता.
सर पैसेज में
हाँ.
ये कहाँ स्पेसिफाई किया है कि वॉइस मॉड्यूलेशन यूनिक टू ह्यूमन बींग्स है? उसमें ये लिखा हुआ है कि हम वॉइस मॉड्यूलेट करके
हाँ.
कम्युनिकेट करते हैं
हाँ.
थ्रू साउंड, पर
हाँ.
ये नहीं लिखा हुआ कि सिर्फ ह्यूमन बींग्स करते हैं, जबकि
हाँ बोलो बोलो बोलो.
उसी में एक बार आप पैसेज में जाना.
हाँ. हाँ बता.
हाँ,
हाँ.
सेकेंड पैराग्राफ में I think third, fourth line, the language is magnificent ability unique to Homo sapiens among living beings. तो मतलब कि ability to communicate through language, through words is unique to human beings. इस ये relate करता है अपने option A से, which is ability to use symbols, यानी कि aspects of language, words, grammar, etc. तो ऐसे सोचा था मैंने.
Did you read the third paragraph बच्चों? जब मैं third paragraph पढ़ा रहा था तो सुन रही थी ना?
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
See the third paragraph. देख, when you read about it, है ना? यहाँ पे क्या दिया हुआ है कि language is no more a cultural invention that is upright person. It is not a manifestation of a general capacity to use symbols. ठीक? So language is not only about the general capacity to use symbols. Why? Because यहाँ पे क्या है कि cultural invention there is upright person, not a manifestation. Anyone can manifest it out. If you are talking about self using symbols, anyone can manifest that out, and that's why it is not a manifestation of a general capacity to use symbols. A 3-year-old we shall see is a grammatical genius, but is quite incompetent at the visual arts. He cannot use symbols, right? Religious iconography, traffic signs, and the other staples of the semiotic. So when you are talking about it, when you are talking about the human beings, you will be talking about the human beings as a whole, right?
Yes.
Right? So when you are trying to talk about the human beings as a whole, so you will be considering the child too, right?
Yes, sir.
But childs are not able to communicate through symbols just because they are not able to gather that out. So that's why, is it unique to human beings? It is unique to some part of the unique human beings that you can consider as an adult page. समझ में आया? That's why option A will be eliminated. Got it or not?
Sir, but
बोलो.
how is B inferred?
How is
B inferred as an ability unique to
आते
human
उस पे भी, उस पे भी आते हैं, उस पे भी आते हैं. ए समझ गई क्यों एलिमिनेट किया?
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
ठीक है. अब आते हैं तुम्हारे बी पे. Ability to communicate with each other through voice modulation, right? See here. See this line. Though language is a magnificent ability unique to Homo sapiens among living species, it does not call for sequestering the study of humans from the domain of biology. For a magnificent ability unique to a particular living species is far from unique in the animal kingdom, right? So that means this ability that we possess is far from this animal kingdom that we are talking about. For example, these species are using this, these species are using this, but in nature's talent, we are simply a species of primate with our own act, right? We are a species of primate with our own act. That means the act that we are doing, that is individual, that is unique to us, and that act is this communicating information about who did what to whom by modulating the sound. So that is some act that is unique to us, that is not there in other species. समझ आया?
हाँ सर, ठीक है, ओके
नहीं
मैंने
आया, फिर से समझाओ।
हाँ समझ तो आ गया, पर
हाँ बोल।
पता नहीं, कन्विंसिंग नहीं लग रहा है। वो पार्ट ये बोल रहा है कि अबिलिटी टू मतलब सिर्फ ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ ह्यूमंस को ही आता है। हर एनिमल किंगडम में सारे एनिमल्स अपने अपने तरह से कम्युनिकेट करते हैं।
Yes, but this thing out in nature's talent, we are simply a species of primate with our own act. This act is individual to us, ना? वही लाइन तो मैं तुमको समझाना चाह रहा हूँ कि with our own act, this act is individual. It's not common in every species. This is our individual's act that we are doing, and what that act is, that we are modulating the sounds when we are exhaling. So that is unique to us, ना?
ठीक है,
Got it?
समझ गए।
All right. Let's move to the next question. Okay, Mahavir. Okay, Aditya. Okay, Osho, Shrita, Harsha, Anirudh. Vandana, change the setting. Delete कर ले अपने आंसर को and change the setting, please. Okay, Ashutosh. Aditya is talking about break कब है? रुक जाओ, इस पैसेज के बाद एक और पैसेज कर ले। पूछ लूंगा, अगर इस पैसेज के बाद लेना है तो इस पैसेज के बाद ले लेंगे, है ना? ये पैसेज ही वैसा था। माइंड क्रॉसिंग, यू नो। चलो, लास्ट 30 सेकेंड्स। Okay, Laksh. Okay, Achal. Okay, Aisha. Anyone else who is still left? Okay, चलो देखते हैं guys, है ना? According to the passage, complexity of language cannot be taught by parents or at school to children. एक लाइन याद है, हम लोगों ने डिस्कस करा था, nothing that we should really know can be taught, right? So it says that complexity of the language cannot be taught by parents or at school to children because. So this complexity cannot be taught. Why? A is saying children instinctively know languages. All right. So is it affecting that thing that children instinctively know languages? Yes, definitely. Just because some things children are responding to some of the languages, how? Just because, and that cannot, we have read that cannot be taught. Education is an ephemeral thing, but it is well to remember from time to time that nothing that is worth knowing can be taught. It gives us a new respect for your ordinary Joe. The complexity of language from the scientist's point of view is part of our biological birthright. It is not something that parents teach their children, that instinctively comes to us. It is not taught to us or something that must be elaborated in school. Education is an admirable thing. So that means, yes, that definitely means that it comes instinctively to child. So that's why option A might be my answer. Right? Now let's see. Our children learn the language on their own. Now, if they learn the language on their own, so then obviously the schools can have some significant impact on it, but that's not the case, right? Or if they would have learned the language on their own, it would have consumed some time. And still that's not the case. It cannot be taught. The author is clearly mentioning. So that's why option B is eliminated. Option C says language is not amenable to teaching. Well, yes, this might be my answer. It is clearly mentioned that it is not amenable to teaching. Children know language better than their teachers. Completely absurd comparison. We are not doing any comparison. Children are born with the knowledge of semantics. Now we are talking about the language as a whole, and it is talking about some narrower dimension, that knowledge of semantics completely out of scope. Now we are really confused between two options, option A and option C. And what the question is asking, the complexity cannot be taught by parents or at school to children. Why? Because it is not amenable to teaching, or because it is instinctively that the child instinctively know languages. Now we cannot elaborate on the complexity while apart it is not amenable to teaching, that's for sure. But another thing is that childs are responding to the things we are showcasing them out. They are responding to any language, right? And if they are responding to any languages, that means they know that language. And if that language is not taught, if that language cannot be taught, and still if they are responding, that means it is there inside them, and that means it is instinctively coming to them. So that's why between option A and C, option A looks more appropriate, and hence option C will be eliminated. Option A will be my answer. Any doubts, please ask. If sorted type is, we can proceed to the next question.
सर इसमें एक डाउट था कि क्योंकि
बोलो।
कैनॉट यूज किया हुआ था इसलिए सी पे जा रहा था मेरा, क्योंकि ए और सी दोनों करेक्ट तो हैं, बट अगर होता कि कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी ऑफ लैंग्वेज इज नॉट टॉट तो शायद ए लिख देता, पर कैनॉट यूज कर लिया था इसलिए।
अभी क्लियर है, अभी भी क्लियर नहीं है?
अभी भी
फिर से
थोड़ा डाउट है कि
हाँ, क्या डाउट क्या है वो बताओ।
उसी चीज पे कि मतलब दोनों ट्रू हैं
देखो,
स्टेटमेंट, बट
complexity of language cannot be taught by parents, right? Or at school to children. Why it cannot be taught? Because it is not amenable to teaching. Perfectly fine. But तुमको हमेशा हर क्वेश्चन में ना, you will have to think you what's the essence of the question being asked. First thing first, what's the essence? Do they know language? Yes, they do. Do they respond to their language? Yes, they respond. Do they know the complexity of language? No. Why are they not knowing the complexity of language? Because this cannot be taught. And what will happen as an effect of it? They might respond, they might not respond. If they are responding, that means it is coming to them, right? If they are responding to any complex languages, that means it is coming up to them naturally. And if it is coming naturally, that means it is instinctively learnt by them. So ये essence कहाँ से समझ में आएगा ना? ये essence इस paragraph से समझ में आएगा बच्चे. This essence can be learned from this paragraph, from here to here. Right? What he says that an organ with that perfection of structure and cord adaptation which justly excites our admiration, in Darwin's word, gives us a new respect for your ordinary Joe and the much maligned English language or any language. Complexity from the scientist's point of view is part of the biological birthright. It is not something that parents teach their children. Now, one more thing that you can focus upon from this sentence. What that thing is, can you say? नहीं समझ आ रहा है? See, it is said this line, read this line. The complexity of language from the scientist's point of view is part of our biological birthright. It is not something that parents teach their children or something that must be elaborated in school. Education is an admirable thing, but it is well to remember from time to time that nothing that is worth knowing can be taught. So from here, what we can say that if something is there that cannot be taught to us, and if it is coming up to us, that means it is instinctively there. First thing. Second thing is that it is saying from the scientist's point of view, it is that. And here what is being said? It is being said that language is not amenable to teaching. That means you are making it a general statement from everyone's perspective, but the author is talking about only the scientific perspective. समझ आया? Why I have eliminated option C?
Yeah.
Let's move to the next question. इस क्वेश्चन के बाद ब्रेक लेना है या वी कैन कंटिन्यू वन मोर पैसेज गाइस? ब्रेक के लिए बी लिख दो, कंटिन्यू के लिए सी लिख दो, उसके बाद इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर देना. ब्रेक ब्रेक ब्रेक, अरे बाप रे. कंटिन्यू कंटिन्यू, साई ब्रेक, मोक्स ब्रेक, ध्रुव 3 4 ब्रेक, 5 ब्रेक, 6 ब्रेक, वंदना कंटिन्यू, लक्ष्य कंटिन्यू, 2 कंटिन्यू, 9 ब्रेक, ओसो कंटिन्यू, 3 कंटिन्यू, 10 ब्रेक, 11 ब्रेक. भाई साहब ब्रेक वालों, अच्छा चलो कंटिन्यू वाले भी है. 6 कंटिन्यू है, ब्रेक ब्रेक ब्रेक, 8 कंटिन्यू, ब्रेक ब्रेक. आदित्य ही सही, अभी ब्रेक ना लिए मेरे रूममेट सारा खाना खा जाएंगे. College life, that's cool. Guys, I wanted to continue, है ना, but many people, around 20 to 23 people are saying for a break. लेकिन मेरे को एक और पैसेज करना था, उसके बाद I had thought कि मैं ब्रेक दे दूंगा, है ना, बट चलो इसके बाद ब्रेक ले लो, ठीक है, कूल है. उसके बाद बट डू ज्वाइन एट शार्प एट 2, है ना, सो दैट वहां पे हम लोग 2.5 आवर्स का सेशन लेके 3 पैसेज वहां पे डिस्कस कर सके, ठीक है. चलो नाउ स्टार्ट आंसरिंग दिस क्वेश्चन गाइस. टू मिनट्स ऑफ टाइम कर लो, थोड़ा फोन चला लो, तब तक देखो क्या क्या है. अच्छा कितने लोगों ने आंसर दिया तो बता देंगे, ठीक है. उसी परफेक्ट. ऑल ऑफ यू, ऑलमोस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू. यार साई क्या कर रहा है, क्या कर रहा है? कभी भी समराइज करने में लास्ट पैराग्राफ बहुत ज्यादा मेजर रोल प्ले करने से पहले तुमको देखना होगा कि फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ सेकंड पैराग्राफ का रोल प्ले है या नहीं है. लास्ट पैराग्राफ कभी भी बेस्ट समराइज नहीं करता है, कितनी बार बताया है, बट ठीक है. अदर्स ओके, आंचल तो भी वही गलती की है. बाकियों के सही है, महावीर सिंह सी, ओके। अदर्स गाइस, ओके शुभम, ओके अनुश्रुति, ओके स्वस्ति, ओके हर्षा। हाँ रोहन दिख रहा है मैसेज, सबके मैसेज यही दिख रहे हैं मेरे को, डोंट वरी। कुछ के नाम मिस हो जाते हैं क्योंकि सारे आंसर्स एक साथ आ जाते हैं ना, तो कुछ नाम मिस हो जाते हैं। ठीक है, मैसेज दिख रहे हैं सबके। ओके आयुषी, see guys, what is said, it was one of the easiest questions, you know. Language is unique to Homo sapiens, very narrower, very narrower, right? Language is neither learned nor taught, ठीक है। यहाँ पे देखो, सबसे पहले हम लोगों को क्या देखना है, व्हेन आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द समरी ना, समरी विल बी काइंड ऑफ अ कंक्लूजन वाला पार्ट, समरी विल बी बेस्ड ऑन तुम्हारा मेन आइडिया ऑफ द पैसेज, राइट। अब मेन आइडिया क्या है, सी दिस वर्ड गाइस, सी दिस वर्ड, this is very important, you know, but I prefer the admittedly coined term instinct, right? And then he has discussed this in the second paragraph also, he has tried convincing us to go for the third paragraph also, it cannot be taught, etc etc etc, that means it is naturally coming to us. So basic idea that the author is talking about is instinctiveness, राइट। मेजर फोकस जो है उसका वो इंस्टिंक्टिवनेस पे है, क्योंकि हर जगह वो ये चीज दे रहा है, इन एवरी पैराग्राफ ही इज डिस्कसिंग ऑन द सेम कॉन्सेप्ट, राइट। वेयर एज व्हेन यू विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस क्वेश्चन की लैंग्वेज इज नीदर टॉट नॉर लर्नड, दिस इज जस्ट इन द थर्ड पैसेज का कहीं मैंने वो चीज पढ़ा है थोड़ी देर के लिए, राइट। सो दैट्स व्हाई इट इज आल्सो नैरोअर। लैंग्वेज इज नॉट अ कल्चरल इन्वेंशन, और ये तो फर्स्ट लाइन को मेंशन कर दिया है, डायरेक्टली एलिमिनेट कर दो। लैंग्वेज इज इंस्टिंक्टिव एबिलिटी ऑफ ह्यूमन बींग्स, परफेक्टली फाइन, यही तो वो डिस्कस कर रहा है। एंड लैंग्वेज इज यूज ऑफ सिंबल्स यूनिक टू ह्यूमन बींग्स, अगेन इट इज टॉकिंग अबाउट वेरी नैरोअर अप्रोच दैट इज वी हैव डिस्कस्ड इन second paragraph. So that's why option D was my clear cut winner in this, and D is my answer, right? Any other question, है ना? तो चलो गाइज, इट्स 1-3, we'll stop sharp at 2-5. Sharp at 2-5, we'll be starting the session again. So do join at 2-5. बाय बाय। किसी को कोई डाउट है तो रुक जाओ, पूछ लो, है ना?
सर ये कैट का पैसेज था?
या again it was a cat passage.
सर मेरे को एक डाउट है।
हाँ बोलो ना।
सर ये जैसे फोर्थ में ह्यूमन बींग्स लिखा था ना, तो बीच में एनिमल्स की एग्जांपल भी दी थी ना उन्होंने, तो मैंने इसलिए इसे मार्क नहीं किया।
सारी चीजें वो फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ से लास्ट पैराग्राफ तक सीधा फोकस तो ह्यूमन बींग्स पे ही रखा है, और उसी को सेग्रीगेट करने के लिए एक पोर्शन में उसने कंपेयर कर दिया है दूसरे से, लेकिन मेजर फोकस तो उसका तब भी ह्यूमन बींग्स पे ही है, क्योंकि उसमें भी लास्ट लाइन में उसने वही बोला है ना कि देयर आर सम फीचर्स दैट वी यूनिकली ओन विथ आवर ओन एक्ट, अ नैक ऑफ कम्युनिकेटिंग। अगेन यहाँ भी उसका मेजर फोकस तो इसी पे है ना।
ओके सर, थैंक यू।
हाँ चलो, so here goes the next RC. Again same concept, 7 minutes of time. I will start sharp at 2:12.
To summarize the classic Maya collapse, we can tell to identify the five
म्यूट कर ले खुद को। जोर से पढ़ा मत कर, कैट में जोर से नहीं पढ़ पाएगा, तो दिस इज अ बैड हैबिट। माइंड में पढ़ा कर। Five minutes are left. Three minutes.
तुमसे देख
म्यूट कर खुद को। Last 2 minutes, guys. Forty-five seconds. Stop. See what is mentioned here. To summarize the classic Maya collapse, okay, so we are talking about one civilization that has collapsed, right? We can tentatively identify 5 strands. I acknowledge, however, that Maya archaeologists still disagree vigorously among themselves, in part because the different strands evidently varied in importance among different parts of the Maya realm. Now, there are, we might be talking about various strands, various factors that led to the Mayan collapse. Along with that, there are archaeologists who have a different opinion. Obviously, if one factor, someone will be signifying one factor at the main region, whereas someone will be signifying the other factor, right? And because it remains puzzling why most of the Maya heartland remained nearly empty of population and failed to recover after the collapse and after regrowth, right? So now they are talking about ki once it started regrowing after collapse, there were many lands that were not arable or that were not occupied by people, and he wants to discuss about all these things. With those caveats, it appears to me that one strand consisted of population growth. So strand basically means factor, right? One factor consisted of population growth outstripping available resources. Pehla cheez, right? Ki population grew more and resources dwindled. A dilemma similar to the one foreseen by Thomas Malthus in 1798 and being played out today in Rwanda, Haiti, and elsewhere. As the archaeologist, this guy, too many factor farmers grew too many crops on too much of landscape. Compounding that mismatch between population and resources was the second strand. Now this one, guys, population and resources के बीच में equal distribution, equitable distribution was not there. Obviously that will be the case because too many farmers are growing too many crops, and that too they are utilizing much of landscapes, right? So let's say tomato, so many of the farmers started producing tomatoes, etc., etc., and the consumption of tomato was not that great, so obviously it will be unutilized. Something on that front he is discussing. So mismatch between population and resources, some things were grown more, some things were grown less, right? Which caused a decrease in the amount of usable farmland at a time when more rather than less farmland was needed, right? So here he is mentioning they use too much of landscape, that's the thing, and possibly exacerbated by an anthropogenic drought resulting from deforestation, by soil nutrient depletion and other soil problems, and by the struggle to prevent bracken ferns overrunning the fields. So these are the crops that he is talking about. Along with that, the other factor, the second factor, maybe he is talking about too much land was utilized by too many farmers for some significant, some insignificant crops. The other reason might be deforestation. Third factor consisted of increasing fighting as more and more people fought over fewer resources. Maya warfare, already endemic, peaked just before the collapse. That is not surprising when one reflects that at least 5 million people, perhaps many more, were crammed into an area smaller than the US of Colorado. That warfare would have decreased further the amount of land available for agriculture. So war like situation, और उसमें लोगों को shift करना पड़ा, they needed to relocate. Along with that, they had very lesser lands for agriculture. All these were the third factor. By creating a no man's land between participants where it was now unsafe to farm, participalities bringing matter to a head was the strand of climate change. So now this might be another factor, the climate change. The drought at the time of the classic collapse was not the first drought that the Maya had lived through, but it was the most severe. So the other factor might be drought. At the time of previous droughts, there were still uninhabited parts of the Maya landscape. लेकिन अब तो सारी जगह लोग पहुंच गए, and people at a site affected by drought could save themselves by moving to another site. However, by the time the classic collapsed, the landscape was now full, right? And there was no useful unoccupied land in the vicinity on which to begin anew, and the whole population could not be accommodated in the few areas that continue to have reliable water supply. So now the relocation was a bigger problem. There were areas in which drought had occurred, there were areas in which lesser water supply was there, in which areas people needed to relocate. There were no such areas remaining, right? And then might be the last factor. As our fifth factor, we have to wonder why the kings and nobles failed to recognize and solve them seemingly obvious problems underarming their society. So this was now he's seeing the last reason due to which these kings and all those were not trying to solve the actual problem was that their attention was evidently focused on short-term concerns of enriching themselves. Okay, personal profit, waging war, erecting monuments, competing with each other, extracting enough food from the peasants, etc., etc. Like most leaders throughout human history, Maya kings and nobles did not hit long-term problem insofar as they perceived them. Finally, while we still have some other past societies to consider before we switch our attention to the modern world, we must already be struck by some parallels between the Maya and the past societies. He has talked about the 5 factors that led to the Maya collapse. Now he is trying to compare the Mayan civilization with another civilizations. As on this, the Maya environmental and population problem led to increasing warfare and civil strife. Similarly, on Easter Island and the Chaco Canyon, the Maya peak population numbers were followed swiftly by political and social collapse, right? So other collapses were there, other reasons for the collapse of Mayan civilization was the political collapse as well as the social collapse. Paralleling the eventual extension of agriculture from Easter Island's coastal lowlands to its uplands and from this floodplain to the hills, Copan's inhabitants also expanded from floodplain to the more fragile hills slopes. Now, population increase, area was less. As a result, from the floodplain, they started switching to the fragile hill slopes, leaving them with a larger population to feed when the agricultural boom in the hills went bust. Like more people shifted at those places, and hence there was lesser crops that were available for them to eat, like Easter Island chiefs erecting ever larger statues, eventually crowned by Pukawa, and thus treating themselves to necklaces of 2000 turquoise beads. Personal investment. Maya kings sought to outdo each other with more and more impressive temples covered with thicker and thicker plaster. जिस चीज की जरूरत नहीं है, they are focusing on that, reminiscent in turn of the extravagant, conspicuous consumption by modern American CEOs. So obviously it is extravagant, फिजूल खर्ची है भाई, है ना, on those things which are not required. When you have drought, when you have all those things, they are seeking for the turquoise beads, they are seeking for another things like impressive temples, etc., etc. The passivity of Easter chiefs and Maya kings in the face of the real big threats to their society completes our list of disquieting parallels. So these were the things that led to the downfall of Easter Island, other islands, etc., etc. Read the whole passage, just stop and think. What are the factors we discussed about? First, population growth was one of the factor, the first factor. Second, what was second? Second was तुम्हारा deforestation का case था, right? Second was the deforestation one. Third क्या था? There were various conflicts between people, between kings, etc., etc. Fourth क्या था? Climate change. Climate change was one of them. And fifth क्या था तुम्हारा? Failure of leaders to adapt to the circumstances to change things out. And then we drew parallel between this Mayan island and another islands. So this is the only gist of the passage. Let's move to the question number 1. 2.5 minutes of time, guys. किसने? हाँ, ओके लक्ष्य. ओके मानसी. ओके नमन. ओके शुभम. ओके आशुतोष. ओके अमन. बंसल. आंचल. साई. कंचन. ओके श्रीता. just a second, मेरे को फैन चाहिए. ओके हर्षा. भानु. तुषार. परफेक्ट. मोक्ष. Last 30 seconds, guys. Okay, Ayushi. All right, stop. Now see, guys, what's given here. According to the passage, which of the following best represents the factors that has been cited by the author in the context of Rwanda and Haiti? Let's go to the passage where we discussed about the Rwanda and Haiti in the second paragraph, I guess. Rwanda, Haiti was there in the second paragraph. It appears to me, yes. It appears to me, while those caveats, it appears to me that one strand consisted of population growth outstripping available resources, a dilemma similar to one foreseen by Thomas Malthus and being played out today in Rwanda, Haiti, and elsewhere. As the archaeologist, this guy puts it, too many farmers grew too many crops on too much of landscape. Compounding that mismatch between population and resources was the second strand, right? So that means what? Various ethnic groups competing for land and other resources. Yes, it might be they are fighting for the land क्योंकि बहुत कम एरिया बचा हुआ है, and they are fighting for other resources also. यहाँ पे clearly mentioned है, right? कि population and resources was the second strand, right? So that means this might be my answer. Various ethnic groups competing for limited land resources. Now between A and B, it is talking, it is correct, limited land resources they were fighting, but along with that they were fighting for other resources too. So that's why between A and B, A is more appropriate, so B will be eliminated. Various ethnic groups fighting with each other. Now it is broader general in sense, right? Fighting for what? That is not mentioned. Various ethnic groups competing for political power. Well, there was no intention of political power handling. Various ethnic groups fighting for their identity. They were not fighting for their identity. They were just fighting for their landscapes, etc., etc. So that's why option A is the best suited answer, and that will be the correct answer. Clear, sorted, type S. We can move to the next question.
सर पर उससे अगली लाइन में उसने ये भी तो बोला कि मतलब वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा फार्म लैंड यूज कर रहे थे.
हाँ, तो द इफेक्ट
तो
ऑफ डिफोरेस्टेशन एंड हिल स्टेशन, जिसके कारण फार्मलैंड ज्यादा यूज हो रहा था।
तो उससे ये तो
तो
मतलब
यहाँ
लैंड होगा ना।
लैंड तो अरे यार, लैंड तो हो ही रहा है। लैंड का तो रिसोर्स लड़ाई जो हो रही है वो मेजरली दैट इज फॉर लैंड कैप्चरिंग, राइट। along with that there are other resources too ना। ऐसा तो नहीं है ना कि this option is eliminating land वाला thing। ये limited land resource को तो ये भी कैप्चर कर रहा है, but apart from that there were many other resources they were fighting for। अगर रिसोर्स सिर्फ लैंड रिसोर्स बोलना होता तो यहाँ पे रिसोर्सेस नहीं लिखता ना, एंड लैंड रिसोर्स ही कर देता ना उसको। समझ में आया?
हाँ
this
सर ठीक।
this option is obviously not eliminating the land resources now that you are mentioning, right? Let's move to the next question. ये तो easiest of the question है, easiest। चलो mark the answer। नमन, श्वेता, कंचन, मोक्ष। आंसर पता है तुम लोगों ने दे रखा है, मार्क करो। लास्ट 15 seconds guys। See guys, an anthro keyword is used for human beings। एंथ्रो कीवर्ड का मतलब ही वही होता है। तो सिंपल था, एंथ्रोपोजेनिक ड्रॉट, द ऑथर मींस एंथ्रोपोजेनिक मींस द ड्रॉट दैट इज कॉज्ड बाय द ह्यूमन बीइंग्स। ऑप्शन डी इज माय आंसर। अदर ऑप्शंस को पढ़ता भी नहीं मैं, ठीक है। ये कीवर्ड ही मेरे को बता रहा था, दिस कीवर्ड वाज सजेस्टिंग कि इट वाज द क्रिएटेड बाय ह्यूमन बीइंग्स, दैट्स इट। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। इसीलिए आई एम नॉट डिस्कसिंग अदर आंसर्स, है ना। हर्षा, बी डिस्कस करो क्या लास्ट क्वेश्चन में? एनीवन हु वांट्स टू डिस्कस ऑल अदर ऑप्शंस? कंफ्यूजन हो तो पूछ लो, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है।
यस सर
हाँ,
कंफ्यूजन।
या बोलो ना।
सर लास्ट वाले ऑप्शन में बाय क्लाइमेट चेंज वाला।
हाँ, अ ड्रॉट कॉज्ड
ब्रॉडकास्ट।
बाय क्लाइमेट चेंजेस, ठीक है। हाँ बोलो कहाँ पे है? एंड पॉसिबली exacerbated by an anthropogenic drought resulting from deforestation। People did deforestation and due to which the drought came, and that was due to the human errors।
बट सर थर्ड पैराग्राफ में,
हाँ।
थर्ड पैराग्राफ इन लाइन फिफ्थ लाइन में,
हम्म।
bringing matter to a head was a trend of the climate change. The drought at the time of
Of
the
classic collapse was not the first drought that the Maya had lived through, but it
but
was
it
the
was
most
the
severe।
most, तो सर
डाउट क्या
क्लाइमेट
है?
चेंज सिर्फ क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से नहीं हुआ था, जो सेक्टेन ने बताया है क्लाइमेट चेंज का, उसके से ड्रॉट नहीं हुआ था ये।
नहीं, मेजर फैक्टर तो तुम्हारा यहाँ क्लियर दिया हुआ है ना कि मेजर फैक्टर इट रिजल्टेड फ्रॉम डिफोरेस्टेशन एंड इट वाज नॉट द फर्स्ट वन दैट यू सॉ, इट वाज there were many droughts that came but it was the most severe one,
हाँ
right? And climate change is just one of the factor but the major factor is deforestation. Deforestation is caused by human and that's why it was considered as the anthropogenic drought.
तो
समझा?
ओके सर।
yes. Okay, Anirudh. Okay, Laksh. Okay, Mahavir. Adarsh. Guys, right? Okay. Osho. Okay, Ashutosh. Okay, Mansi. Okay, Anusruti, change your settings. Okay, Swasti. Okay, Swasti. Okay, Saket. Okay, Shubham, Sneha, Kanchan. Last 30 seconds, guys. Okay, Naman. Okay, Neha. Aman, Achal. Stop. All of you, please stop. See what it says. According to the passage, drought at the time of Maya collapse had a different impact compared to the droughts earlier, right? Because यहाँ पे क्या दिया हुआ है? As in this. No, not here, but the drought of the classic collapse was not the first drought that the Maya had lived through, but it was the most severe. At the time of previous droughts, there were still uninhabited parts of the Maya landscapes, and people at a site affected by drought could save themselves by moving to another site. However, by the time of the classic collapse, landscape was now full. There was no useful unoccupied land in the vicinity on which to begin anew. Right? So when it says ki why it was had a different impact, the Maya kings continued to be extravagant when common people were suffering. Not at all. Not at all. It is not the impact, right? It is just saying some of the people were extravagant, whereas some of them were suffering. So is having a drought leads to extravagancy of some people? Not at all. So that's why this option will be eliminated. B says it happened at the time of collapse of leadership among Mayas. ऐसा कहीं नहीं लिखा है कि जब leaders change हो रहे थे at that point of time it happened. It happened when the Maya population had occupied all available land suited for agriculture. Perfectly fine. Because इससे पहले जब भी आता था, तो there were landscapes where people can settle in where they can start anew. But at this point of time, this was different because अब तो land बची ही नहीं थी. Every one of them have occupied. तो कहाँ से start कर पाते? Right? It was followed by internecine war amongst Mayans. Completely wrong. Irreversible environment degradation led to, now this is the cause of it, cause of drought. We are asking for impact of drought. So that's why option E will be eliminated. So option C is the correct answer. Any doubts? Please ask. Keep sorted. Type as we can move to the next question.
सर पर उसने
हाँ.
ये भी तो बोला कि उससे पहले मतलब जो लैंड थी वो उनका डिवीजन हो चुका था, और मतलब बहुत कम लैंड ऐसी बची थी जो कि प्रिंसिपैलिटीज के बीच में थी, जो ना वो यूज कर सकते थे ना फार्मिंग के लिए ना वैसे।
ठीक है.
बट उसमें ये तो नहीं बोला ना कि एग्रीकल्चर के लिए वो उन्होंने पूरा ऑक्यूपाई कर रखा था। उन्होंने मतलब लास्ट वाली लाइन जो आपने पढ़ी है
हाँ.
उसमें उन्होंने स्पेसिफिकली बोला कि ड्यूरिंग द टाइम ऑफ कोलैप्स।
तो वही चीज तो यहाँ भी मेंशन्ड है ना बेटा, वही चीज तो यहाँ भी मेंशन्ड है, देखो ना कि the drought at the time of the classic collapse was not the first drought, but it was the most severe. At the time of previous droughts, there were uninhabited paths, and people at a site affected by drought could save themselves by moving to another site. However, by the landscape was now full, there was no useful unoccupied land to which on which to begin anew, and the whole population could not be accommodated in the few areas that continued to have reliable water supply. तो इसका अगर इससे पहले लेट्स से जो तू बोल रहा है कि डिवीजन हो चुका था, दिस दैट डिवीजन डजंट हैव एनी इम्पैक्ट ऑन इट ना, वो डिवीजन से इसका क्या मतलब है? समझ रहा है मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ?
ठीक है सर, हाँ अभी समझो।
डाउट क्लियर हो तभी आगे बढ़ना, नहीं हो तो फिर डाउट, अगर डाउट क्लियर ही ना हो तो पूछने का क्या फायदा है ना। तो जब तक क्लियर ना हो बार बार पूछते रहो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। हम हमारे क्लास 12th में एक बंदा था जो बहुत डाउट्स पर पूछता था हमारे फिजिक्स वाले सर से, है ना, तो हम लोग उसका बहुत मजाक उड़ाते थे। एट द एंड ही वेंट इनटू आईआईटी, वी वेंट इनटू सम XYZ कॉलेजेस, आई वेंट टू एल कोटा टू ड्रॉप, ठीक है, फॉर द नेक्स्ट ईयर। सो दैट्स व्हाई क्वेश्चंस पूछो, कोई पंगा नहीं है। डोंट थिंक यू हाउ व्हाट पीपल विल बी जजिंग, है ना। समझ आ गया बच्चा?
जी सर।
नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। क्लियरली मेंशन्ड है, अगर किसी ने सुना होगा तो इजिली ही और सी कैन आंसर। ओके अनिरुद्ध, ओके वंदना, ओके महावीर, ओके अजरा, ओके ओशो। ओके शुभम, ओके मानसी, ओके आशुतोष, ओके लक्ष्य, ओके स्नेहा, आंचल, अदर्स। लास्ट 30 सेकंड खत्म करता है। ओके कंचन, स्टॉप, स्टॉप। According to the author, why is it difficult to explain the reason for Maya collapse? To summarize the classic Maya collapse, we can tentatively, not surely, but tentatively identify 5 of the trans, right? Because, but the different factors evidently varied in importance among different parts of the Maya realm, because detailed archaeological studies are available for only some Maya sites, and because it remains puzzling why most of the Maya heartland remained nearly empty of population and failed to recover after the collapse and growth of forests. All right, right? So there is that skepticism, there is that cynicism or doubtfulness ki which factor is the most crucial one, right? 5 factors थे, 5 में से कौन सबसे important है, we couldn't describe. So let's say okay, so Copan inhabitants destroyed all records of that period, completely absurd, out of scope. The constant deforestation and hillside erosion have wiped out all traces of the Maya kingdom. Again, out of scope. There was deforestation, there was hillside erosion, but it didn't wipe out. Wipe out मतलब completely हटा देना Maya kingdom के सारे traces को. That's not the reason the author has mentioned. Archaeological sites of Mayas do not provide any consistent evidence. All right. So this might be my answer, because obviously these sites are not providing any consistent factors. There are various factors. Out of those many factors, which one is more appropriate to justify, even the scientists are not sure about. So that's why C might be my answer. D says it has not been possible to ascertain which of the factors best explained why the Maya civilizations collapsed. All right, so it might also be my answer then. अगर थर्ड जिस रैशनल से सही है उसी रैशनल से तो फोर्थ सही है, that it has not been possible to ascertain which of the factor best explains the collapse of Maya. At least 5 million people were crammed into a small area. That's not the reason for collapse, right? So between options C and D, I'll be confused. But if I'll be comparing options C and D, D looks more appropriate because it is talking about that there are no consistent evidence, and it is saying that there are various factors. Out of those factors, which one to go for with a concrete output, we are not sure about it. So that means it is talking about the factors, whereas it is not. So between options C and D, D is more appropriate. And hence it will be my answer, right? If sorted, type S. If any doubts, please ask. Yes, I am attention perfect. Those who had committed mistakes, अगर कहीं doubt हो तो पूछ लो. Okay, आशुतोष. चलो. Next question. Very easy a question. Very easy. जरा वंदना मोक्ष अशोक कंचन आशुतोष के स्नेहा अमन आचल अच्छा क्लाइमेट चेंज नहीं दिया हुआ है क्या? दीक्षा कैसे पढ़ रही है तू? क्लाइमेट चेंज फैक्टर नहीं है. See guys, it is saying which factor has not been cited as one of the factors using the collapse of Maya society, right? So कौन सा फैक्टर है जिसके कारण माया सोसाइटी कोलैप्स नहीं हुआ? Environmental degradation due to excess population, perfectly fine, mentioned है, right? Social collapse due to excess population, well, it is also mentioned कि social collapse happened because people didn't have more number of lands, so they shifted to some lands. Increased warfare, obviously resource dwindling के चक्कर में there were wars among people. क्लाइमेट चेंज, दिस इज ऑल्सो गिवन कि क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण हुआ ऑब्सेशन ऑफ माया पॉपुलेशन विद देयर ओन शॉर्ट टर्म कंसर्न्स. So Maya population का short, there was no short term concerns for the Maya population. The major short term concept was by in the kings of Maya population, not the common population, and hence option E will be my answer. If you have any doubts, please ask. If sorted, type as. Those who had committed mistakes, if you are sorted, type as. If doubts, please ask. All right, sorted. Let's move to the next question then. Sorry, I guess next. Yes. Again, 5 minutes of time for this paragraph. This is a smaller one, so I am giving you 5 minutes of time. We'll start. अभी कितना time हो रहा है? 2:46. We'll start sharp at 2:52. This passage was also from Cat. The last passage that we discussed. The three passages that we have discussed, all these three passages were from Cat ka passage. So you can judge ki what kind of lengthiness it has. 7 minutes of time, 6 minutes tha, 7 minutes kalo, 2:47 or 2:53 or 54 we'll be starting. Last 3 minutes, guys. Last 1 minute. Last 30 seconds, guys. Stop. How many of you found this difficult to read? Type a D. Okay, Vandana. Okay. I knew it. Good chunk of people. Yes. See, why is हाँ मैं बताता हूँ क्यों. क्योंकि क्या है ना, ये दो पैराग्राफ का पूछा गया था. दिस इज ऑल्सो फैक्चुअल कैट है ना. व्हाट हैपेंड, अब मैं बताता हूँ ना, मैं व्हाई इज इट डिफिकल्ट टू कॉम्प्रिहेंड या व्हाई इट डिफिकल्ट टू रिटेन. होता क्या है ना, आवर माइंड हैज अ सॉर्टल मेमोरी स्पैन, यू नो. सो इफ यू सी समथिंग है ना, अगर इसी को मैं 2-3 इसमें तोड़ दूं ना, पैराग्राफ्स में तोड़ दूं, तो इट विल बी इजी फॉर यू टू कॉम्प्रिहेंड. Right, but what cat did, it gave only 2 paragraphs, this paragraph and the next one, right? Only 2 paragraphs were provided, this and this. Now both the paragraphs were lengthy, है ना. तो mind ना क्या होता है, it's, I'll be reading this out, just see है ना, just visualize. It was थोड़ा सा difficult in comparison to the last one, obviously yes, but whether it was too difficult to comprehend and summarize and retain, a big no. Just because of the length of the paragraph, it looks like clumsy, and that's why it's difficult to retain the comprehended part that you have studied. So for these type of passages, what I'll suggest you na, कि once you have read, जहां पे लग रहा है ना कि mind just now it's difficult to retain myself up, just take a pause. Take a pause, consider that as the second paragraph and proceed further. Things will be easy. Right? So let's see. And all these are kind of based on philosophy. Sometimes philosophy is related to arts, etc. And philosophical passages, I agree guys. मेरे को तो सबसे ज्यादा नाइटमेयर इकोनॉमिक पैसेजेस में होती है. ठीक है, इकोनॉमिक पैसेजेस आर टू मींस बॉदरिंग फॉर मी पर्सनली. फॉर मी arts and culture I can handle, this philosophy kind of passage I can handle. Political आ जाए तो मजा ही आ जाए, है ना. Along with that, अगर साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी या जनरल इंजीनियरिंग ट्रेंड से आ जाए, जैसे क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग, डेटा साइंस, जॉब लेऑफ्स एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा, दोज आर अ बिट इजियर फॉर मी टू टैकल. बट obviously philosophical passages are sometimes difficult to retain in your mind. So let's see. A remarkable aspect of art of the present century is the range of concepts and ideologies with which it embodies. So what does it mean? That there are various concepts that is being embodied to get an aspect of art. It is almost tempting to see a pattern emerging within the art field, or alternatively imposed upon it a posteriori similar to that which exists under the umbrella of science, where the general term covers a whole range of separate though interconnecting activities. So that means what? यहाँ तक मैंने पढ़ा मेरे को लगा अच्छा it is talking about कि when I look at it, the forms and cultures of art that is getting framed, when I look at it, I feel like it's some pattern that is getting drawn, right? However, any parallelism in this instance is misleading. A scientific discipline develops systematically once its bare tenets have been established, named, and categorized as conventions. For example, जो हम लोग जब ये पढ़ते थे, तुम्हारा chemistry में क्या था? Periodic table. So what happened? First the periodic table came, then the conventional name came, then it's all aspects came out. So that is some scientific pattern we can say. But here, if we will be saying this art is showcasing some pattern, that will be misleading a fact. Many of the concepts of modern art, by contrast, have resulted from the almost accidental meeting of groups of talented individuals at certain times and certain places. So why we cannot say that pattern is forming? Because it's getting by accidents. Whereas these things, the inventions in sciences and all, we cannot describe it as an accident. Something happened on the basis of that, some formulations came, then some discoveries happened, and then after realizing the pattern, the scientific discoveries were made. But it's not the case with the art and culture, right? Firstly, a corpus of work, it happened by chance when some talented individuals met and at certain places. Idea generated by the chance meetings had twofold consequences. First, now it is talking about they met by chance, they discovered something out, but it had some consequences, be it positive, be it negative, but it had two consequences. What are those? A corpus of work would be produced within which in great part remains as a concrete record of the events. Secondly, the ideas would themselves be disseminated through many different channels of communication, seeds that open bore fruit in contexts far removed from the generation. So this is the first consequence. What is the first consequence? That whatever is created, that will that will be considered as the concrete thing out, right? मैं आया, वंदना आई, हम दोनों बैठे, हम लोगों ने कुछ आर्ट में डिस्कवर कर दिया. Now as only two of us have discovered, it will be considered concrete and event just because we know the facts, right? So this is the first consequence. Second is what? That the idea that came out would themselves be disseminated through many very different channels. अब हम दोनों के idea जो है, that will be separated through many, that will be distributed through various channels, seeds that often bore fruit in contexts far removed from that generation. Very important line, guys, right? Seeds that often bore fruit. So it is trying to showcase that annotation ki we discovered something, but someone else will be taking advantage of it. It's not far removed from my generation, so it can carry on for generations. Not all movements were exclusively concerned with innovation. Surrealism, for instance, claimed to embody a kind of insight which can be present in the art of any period, right? This claim has been generally accepted so that a 16th century painting by Spranger or a mysterious photograph by this guy can legitimately be discussed in surrealistic terms. Briefly then, the concepts of modern art are of many different kinds and resulted from the exposures of painters, sculptors, thinkers to the more complex phenomena of the 20th century, including our ever-increasing knowledge of the thought and products of earlier centuries. So we are building on some things. In art, we are building on some things. We discovered this at some point of time, then various complex phenomena happened, and then we reached on the final product, on the final thoughts, or on the final products afterwards. That means it even can take centuries to get formed. Different groups of artists should collaborate in trying to make sense of a rapidly changing world of visual and spiritual experience. We should hardly be surprised if no one group succeeded completely, but achievements, though relative, have been considerable. So every group has discovered something, and it's a chain of discoveries that we are building upon, right? So we cannot say that this scientist, it is of no wonder that any scientist is not able to conclude it out or come to the complete conclusion. Landmarks have been established, concrete statements of position which give a pattern to a situation which could easily have generated into total chaos, right? So concrete statement which gives a pattern, right? I and Vandana discussed, we gave the concrete statement and it helped them formulate a chain of patterns, right? If we wouldn't have given that out, it would have created a complete mess. Beyond this, new language tools have been created for those who follow semantic systems which can provide a springboard for further explorations. द कोडिफाइंग ऑफ आर्ट, अभी यहां तक किसको किसको अब डिफिकल्ट लग रहा है समझना? बाय द चेन ऑफ थॉट्स दैट आई फॉलोड अपॉन, नाउ इज इट अ बिट बेटर फॉर यू गाइस टू अंडरस्टैंड हाउ टू कॉम्प्रिहेंड सच पैसेजेस? सी माइंड में ना, मैं तुमको बताऊं, जब कुछ ना चले ना तो उसको रियल लाइफ एग्जांपल से ये कर लो, कंपेयर कर लो, है ना? जैसे मैंने पेरियोडिक टेबल का एग्जांपल, मेरे माइंड में इट वाज सडन, I didn't read this RC, it was completely sudden. मैं पढ़ा, अच्छा इट इज टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस कि साइंस में ऐसे इनोवेशंस होते हैं, चेन ऑफ ये चलता है, आर्ट्स में ऐसा ऐसा चलता है, और even after centuries they take they use the inventions that had been discovered long time back. So I carried on the thoughts of that periodic table. It helped me retain my things. दो जो मेंशन ना कि रिटेंशन बहुत ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है, करंट चेन ऑफ थॉट्स अपने जो पढ़ रहे हो उसके थॉट्स को ना with some example रिलेट कर लो. हाँ, लेकिन ये याद रखना कि that example should not come to your mind when you are attempting all the questions, because then you will go out of scope. राइट, बस अपने आप को समझाने के लिए, टू रिटेन थिंग्स आउट, ट्राई टू कीप हेल्प योरसेल्फ विद द हेल्प ऑफ सम ऑफ द एग्जांपल्स. अब देखो, अभी मैंने ये पैसेज पढ़ा, यहां तक पढ़ा, उसके बाद मैं ज्ञान दे रहा हूं तुम लोगों को, बट स्टिल दैट फ्लो इज इंटैक्ट इन माय माइंड कि व्हाटएवर आई हैव रेड हियर. सो अभी तो मेरे से 10 मिनट बात कर ले, उसके बाद भी यहाँ पे पूछ लेना सर ये वाला क्या था, आई विल बी टेलिंग यू. क्यों? क्योंकि आई हैव कोरिलेटेड द डॉट्स and it lets me. और इससे क्या होगा ना, let's say some of the questions are difficult to you while you are solving the RC, you think like कि चलो यार अभी RC नहीं, ये कर लेते हैं, फिर I will be coming back to this question. If you will be coming back to the question, तो उस टाइम पे क्या होगा ना, अगर you would have created this flow, तो तुमको फिर से पैसेज पे तब भी जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. So that's an advantage. The codifying of art is often criticized. Now it is talking about the codification part, right? Certainly one can understand that artists are wary of being pigeonholed, since they are apt to think of themselves as individuals, sometimes with good reasons. The notion of self-expression, however, no longer carries quite the weight it once did. Objectively has its defenders. There is good reason to accept the ideas codified by artists and critics over the past 60 years or so, or as having attained the status of independent existence. Now, earlier, what these artists used to do? They used to have codified languages, right? मेरे मन में self thought, I created some self thought, I codified it and presented in front of the public. But nowadays, those self-attested things are often criticized, right? It doesn't have much significance as it used to have 60 years back or so. An independence which is not without its own value. The time factor is important here. As an art movement slips into temporal perspectives, it ceases to be a living organism, becoming rather than a fossil. Now it is compared this thing with a fossil. The significance, we talked about how the art that was discovered centuries back, today also again we are culminating on those facts, and then we are coming to some another type of art. So we are taking help of those. Similar is the case with this fossil. This is not to say that it becomes useless or uninteresting, right? Just as a scientist can reconstruct the life of prehistoric environments from the messages codified into the structure of the fossil, so can an artist decipher whole webs of intellectual and creative possibility from the recorded structure of a dead art movement. सो किसी और सेंचुरी में एक डेड आर्ट मूवमेंट हुआ था, आज के सेंचुरी के आर्टिस्ट दे कैन कोडिफाई, दे कैन ब्रेक दोस कोड्स एंड दे कैन कम अप विद द थिंग्स दैट हैड बीन मेंशन्ड एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम. The artist can match the creative pattern crystallized into the structure against the potential and possibilities of his own time. As T.S. Eliot observed, no one starts anything from scratch. However, यहाँ पे एक बहुत अच्छा लाइन मेरे को याद आता है, राइट? मैंने बहुत अच्छी चीज पढ़ी थी. Everything is a copy of a copy of a copy. Be it thoughts, be it ideas, anything, right? So everything is a copy of a copy of a copy. So this, no one starts anything from scratch. However, consciously, you may try to live in the present. You are still involved with the nexus of behavior patterns bequeathed from the past. Original and creative person is not someone who ignores these patterns, but someone who is able to translate and develop them so that they conform more exactly to his and our present needs. So the pattern is something that, देखो, conclusion पे आते हैं. Every single time the conclusion will be attached, or the flow will be attached to the first statement. First statement में क्या बोला था कि if we think that as an artist we are coming up with some patterns, that will be misleading. But here what it says, but simultaneously we should keep in mind that someone who is able to translate and develop them so that they conform more exactly to his and our present needs, that's some kind of serious art. Got the flow? Anyone who is still having any doubts in understanding this out? So let's move to the question then. Here goes your question number 1. 2.5 minutes of time. Okay, Anirudh. Okay, Vandana. Okay, more. Brownie. Okay, also. Okay, Laksh. क्या अजरा क्या पढ़ रही है रे? के रोहन, रोहन क्या पढ़ रहा है यार, समझ नहीं आता. ये महावीर कहाँ पे पढ़ा महावीर? तू मेरे को ये अच्छा, चलो मैं एक एक करके तुम लोगों के पास आता हूँ. लेट मी राइट इट डाउन. सो रोहन एंड वन मोर अजरा. रोहन, अजरा, महावीर, others. Last 30 seconds, guys. Okay, Rohan got it. Okay, Mansi. Stop. देखो guys, it was clearly mentioned. Yeah, guys, please after stopping don't. Okay, Kanchan, ठीक है. Idea generated. Many of the concepts of modern art have been the product of. Many of the concepts of modern art have resulted from the almost accidental meeting of groups of talented individuals at certain times and certain places. Right? So, कहां से महावीर तू ये पैट्रोनेज बाय द रिच एंड पावरफुल दैट सपोर्टेड आर्ट लेके आ गया? कहीं पूरे पैसेज में मैं ये पढ़ा था क्या? तो फिर कैसे लेके आ गया? Guys, am I lagging? No, no. All of you, I'm cool, na? ऑलराइट, तो फिर तेरे साइड से लैग है, साइड चेक कर ले अपना, है ना? Cool. ठीक है। तो महावीर कहाँ से ऐसे ओवर थे थॉट्स लेके आता है यार, इतना ओवर थिंक क्यों करता है भाई? क्लियर था कि इट हैज कम बाय एक्सीडेंटल थिंग्स आउट, राइट? क्लियर सी में मेंशन था एक्सीडेंटल इंटरेक्शन अमंग पीपल ब्लेस्ड विद क्रिएटिव म्यूज, दैट्स द आंसर. Those who had marked option A, idea generated from planned कहाँ था? It was accidental, guys. Planned, just see the word. The idea generated by the chance meeting, almost accidental meetings, chance meetings. So how can you say that it is planned deliberation? Hence option A will be eliminated. बाकी किसी ऑप्शन, किसी को दिक्कत नहीं थी. Most of you had marked option A, C. Those who had marked C, perfect, sorted. और C, it was clearly mentioned यार. Easy, straightforward questions को मार्क नहीं कर पाओगे तो भाई मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता. ठीक है, अब ओवर थिंक करके कुछ से कुछ सोच लोगे और मार्क करोगे तो फिर मैं क्या ही कर लूंगा यार. Sorted, type as, we can proceed. If you have any doubts, you can ask. All right. So C is the correct answer in this. Let's move to the next question then.
सर आप एक क्वेश्चन स्किप कर गए शायद तक.
नहीं यार, अच्छा, ओके ओके ओके, सॉरी, ये मेरे को लगा. इसका आंसर सी है, नॉट दिस वन. देखो, एक और चीज, हर समय ना कभी भी डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन पैराग्राफ है ना, तो एक चीज देखो, अभी अभी हम लोगों ने ये क्वेश्चन करा, राइट? इट वाज स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन. ये क्वेश्चन फॉलो, दिस इज अ डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन, right? So what is happening, the good thing is if you are having difficult passages you will be getting straightforward questions. That's an advantage. Okay. Okay, Anirudh, okay, Achal. Okay, Diksha. Sign change your settings. Okay, Laksh. Last 1 minute, guys. मैं मोबाइल चला रहा हूँ तब तक. Okay, Rohan. Okay, Ashutosh. Okay, Shami. All right. A, B. ई डी, किसी ने बस सी नहीं मार्क करा है, बाकी सारे ऑप्शंस आई हैव गॉटन ए बी डी एंड ई. ऑलराइट, लेट्स सी क्या दिया है. इन द वर्ड इन द पैसेज द वर्ड फॉसिल कैन बी इंटरप्रेटेड एज, लेट्स गो टू द वर्ड फॉसिल. कहाँ पे है वो. The time factor is important here. As an art movement slips into temporal perspectives, it ceases to be a living organism, becoming rather a fossil. This is not to say that it becomes useless or uninteresting. Just as a scientist can reconstruct the life of a prehistoric environment from the message codified into the structure of a fossil, so can an artist decipher whole webs of intellectual and creative possibility from the recorded structure of a dead art movement. So, with the help of some movements of arts in the past, right, he can come up with something extra. That's the main intention. Just like fossils, scientists with the help of fossils can explain the age, etc., etc. Usage of fossils को previous art movements को नए में कैसे transform करना है उससे connect करके देख रहे हैं, right? So let's come to the options. An art movement that has ceased to remain interesting or useful. Now it is clearly mentioned here, right? That just as scientists, this is not to say that it becomes useless or uninteresting, but that doesn't mean na bacha ki it remains ceased to remain interesting or useful. We are not focusing on only those art movements which doesn't have any interesting or usefulness engulfed within itself, right? So that's why we cannot say that. And along with that, we are trying to come up with something, we are trying to showcase something, right? From that art movement, we are trying to come up with that, with the current scenario that is not discussed here. So that's why this will be eliminated. B says an analogy from the physical world to indicate a historic art movement. We are trying to consider every art movement, not only the historic art movement. Every art movement we are trying to focus upon, and then we are trying to connect the dots with the current scenario. So that's why this will be eliminated. An analogy from the physical world to indicate the barrenness of art. Barrenness, the completely absurd term that we can use. So this is eliminated. An embedded codification of prehistoric life. Now, many of us might mark this answer because it is mentioned here, right? That can an artist decipher whole web of this from the recorded structure, and he's showcasing that from the prehistoric environment, from the messages codified in the structure of a fossil, they are coming up to this. So similar is the thing with art wala ये कि previous art के movements को देख के अभी हम लोग we can come up with something extra. So I might keep this as an option. An analogy from the physical world to indicate the passing of an era associated with an art movement. No, he is saying analogy from the physical world, okay, to indicate the passing of an era, the era that has already passed, and that was related to some art movement. We are trying to connect the dots with the physical worlds in the current scenario. So between D and E, both options looks appropriate to me, right? But as E is also showcasing the physical world ka connectedness to the art movement of the past era, so it is trying to connect the dots of that one to this one, right? That's the basic intention of mine. The codification wala part was very narrow in its approach, so that's why option E will be the best suitable option. Anyone having any doubts, please ask. If sorted type as, we can move to the next question.
So वो B आपने बस इसलिए एलिमिनेट किया
हिस्टोरिक वर्ड
नहीं, और A है इसलिए, या फिर अगर इंडिकेट हिस्टोरिकल आर्ट मूवमेंट्स रहता तो
एक इंडिकेट अ हिस्टोरिक आर्ट मूवमेंट,
और अगर प्लूरल रहता तो
नहीं, प्लूरल रहता तो भी इंडिकेट हिस्टोरिक आर्ट मूवमेंट्स का मतलब क्या हो गया कि दोज आर्ट मूवमेंट्स दैट हैव सम सिग्निफिकेंस एम्बेडेड विद इन इट, whereas we are not focusing only on those, we are focusing on all the art movements. समझा?
हाँ ठीक है।
All right, let's move to the next question. यार गर्मी इतनी ज्यादा है, प्यास लगती रहती है। क्या अनिरुद्ध? ओके वंदना। ओके मोक्ष। ओवर थिंक मत करना इस क्वेश्चन में प्लीज। ओके आंचल, मानसी, दीक्षा। किस हिसाब से मानसी तूने वो आंसर मार्क करा है?
सर कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रायोरिटीज की तो बात ही
बाद
नहीं
में, बाद में।
सॉरी सर।
अदर्स? मिल गया। आशुतोष। बाकी लोग आंसर दे दो यार। अनुश्रुति, अमन बंसल, अवनी, भानु। चलो देखते हैं गाइस, है ना? अब स्टॉप, रुक जाओ। ओके सिद्धांत। Now see guys, what's given in the passage, which of the following similarities between science and art may lead to erroneous conclusions? So there is something that is not similar. So if we will be showcasing some similarity between both of them, that will lead to erroneous results. है ना? Just go to paragraph 1 that we had read. A remarkable aspect of art of the present century is the range of concepts and ideologies which it embodies. It is almost tempting to see a pattern emerging within the art field, or alternatively imposed upon it a posteriori, similar to that which exists under the umbrella of science, where the general term covers a whole range of separate though interconnecting activities. So now he is saying what, कि जिस तरह से साइंस में पैटर्न बनता है ना, हम लोग उस तरह से अटेम्प्ट होते हैं, है ना, कि आर्ट में भी पैटर्न बन रहा है, राइट? एंड एनी पैरेललिज्म इज मिसलीडिंग, और अगर हम लोग ऐसा कुछ सोचते भी हैं तो दैट इज मिसलीडिंग, दैट इज इररोनियस, जो हम लोगों को क्वेश्चन में पूछा है। नाउ सी, both in general include a gamut of distinct but interconnecting activities. Now the temptedness, right? कि जिस तरह से एक्टिविटी, इंटरकनेक्टिंग एक्टिविटी और पैटर्न इज देयर इन साइंस, द सिमिलर इंटरकनेक्टेड पैटर्न इज इन आर्ट। बट अगर हम लोग सेम थिंग सिमिलैरिटी रखते हैं, सेम नोशन रखते हैं, सेम पर्सपेक्टिव रखते हैं, तो दैट विल बी मिसलीडिंग, राइट? सो दिस इज erroneous. So option A might be my answer. Option B says both have movements not necessarily concerned with innovation. Yes, perfectly fine. It won't be leading to the erroneous conclusion. There are many things that is not concerned with innovation in science, and similarly there are no such things concerned, no such movements that is primarily or majorly focused upon innovations in science, right? Both depend on collaboration between talented individuals. ठीक है, साइंस के बारे में पैसेज में नहीं दिया हुआ है, बट इट हैज बीन सिग्निफाइड बाय कि हाँ आर्ट में व्हेन टैलेंटेड इंडिविजुअल्स मिलते हैं तो पॉसिबिलिटी जाती है रिजल्ट्स की. So that's why it also won't be leading to the erroneous conclusion. Basically मेरा erroneous conclusion कब आएगा? जब हम लोग सोचेंगे कि हाँ there is a pattern forming both in, according to the passage, there is pattern forming both in science as well as in art. यही एक पैसेज हमारा बोल रहा है. Both involved abstract thought and dissemination of ideas. Obviously, yes, there are abstract thoughts in both of them. Both reflect complex priorities of the modern world. Now, this is out of scope. We have not discussed about the reflects complex priorities of the modern world. Right? So this is out of scope and out of my RC's scope. So we won't be considering this while selecting my answer. And that's why option A will be the best suited answer. कंचन अभी भी समझ में नहीं आया क्या, या समझ आ गया? इसमें ये बोल रहा है ना कि हम लोग दो स्टेटमेंट्स है ना, साइंस और आर्ट के बीच में ऐसी कौन सी सिमिलैरिटी है जो हम लोग मानते हैं, ठीक है, और वो मान के अगर हम लोग कोई कंक्लूजन पे पहुंचते तो वो कंक्लूजन गलत होगा. समझी? हाँ, तो अब वो कंक्लूजन क्या है? तो कंक्लूजन सबसे पहले लाइन में ही यही दिया हुआ है कि अगर हम लोग ये सोचते हैं कि जिस तरह से साइंस में पैटर्न बना के हम लोग काम करते हैं, उसी तरह से अगर आर्ट में हम लोग को पैटर्न दिख रहा है ना, देयर विल बी मेनी हु विल बी क्लेमिंग कि आर्ट में भी सिमिलर पैटर्न्स हम लोगों को दिखता है. बट अगर ये हम लोग सोच रखते हैं तो इससे हम लोग मिसलीड होंगे, हमारे रिजल्ट्स गलत आएंगे, मतलब एरोनियस कंक्लूजन आएगा. वही चीज है ना. दैट्स ऑप्शन ए इज द आंसर. क्लियर है कंचन? अभी others, those who had given wrong answers, sorted, type an S so that we can proceed to the next question. Perfect. ओसो तेरा गलत था या सही था ये वाला, या आंसर नहीं किया था? आंसर नहीं किया था शायद. ओसो
मार्क नहीं करा था सर.
क्यों?
कंफ्यूज था.
किसमें किसमें?
मतलब पहला वाला मेरे को लग रहा था कि ये मतलब सही है, मतलब ये नहीं होगा इंक्लूड. अब आपने एक्सप्लेन करा तब वो कंफ्यूजन क्लियर हुआ, इसलिए मैं कोई मेरे को ऑप्शन मिल ही नहीं रहा था.
चलो ठीक है ना. हाँ, करेक्ट है कंचन. लेट्स मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन देन गाइस. ओके सही, देख लेना, कोई टेंशन नहीं. Okay, Anirudh. Okay, Moksh. Okay, Vandana. Okay, Diksha. Okay, Tushar. Okay, Achal. Okay, Kanchan. Okay, Mahavir. Okay, Asutosh. Last 1 minute, guys. Okay, Rohan. Okay, Osho. So let's stop. Yeah, no. Okay, Shikant. Stop, guys. ना देखते हैं क्या दिया हुआ है रेंज ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट्स एंड आइडियोलॉजीज embodied in the art of the 20th century, right, is explained by range of concepts. ठीक है, तो रेंज ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट्स कहा था फर्स्ट लाइन. A remarkable aspect of the art of present century is the range of concepts and ideologies with which it embodies. It is almost tempting to see this scientific discipline develop systematically once its bare tenets have been established. Many of the concepts of modern art contrast have resulted from the almost accidental meeting. Certain times, and this can be misleading, right? The chance meeting had twofold consequences. Now from here I might get the result. First, a corpus of works should be produced, right? Second, the idea would themselves be disseminated through many different channels of communication. And again, we are also connecting that with not all movements were exclusively concerned with innovation. Surrealism का एग्जाम्पल हम लोगों ने दिया था, है ना? Now see, अब यहाँ पे क्या बोल रहा है कि what is the basic logic behind these range of concepts that we have produced? So existence of movement as surrealism. Surrealism is just one example we have discussed about. ठीक है, और ये range of concepts, it's not denoting, it's not signifying only surrealism. So that's why it is very narrower. I won't be eliminating this option, but it is very narrower according to me. B says landmarks which give a pattern to the art history of the 20th century. Now this range of concepts in the art of 20th century is a landmark which gives a pattern to the art history of the 20th century. Completely absurd meaning. 20th century का 20th century के ही इसको signify कर रहा, doesn't make any sense, right? So that's why option B will be eliminated. New language tools which can be used for further explorations into new areas. So this might be my answer. Might be. There are many new language tools with the range of concepts. There are many new language tools which can be used for further exploration into new areas. पिछले सेंचुरी की चीजों को मैंने इस सेंचुरी में यूज किया, and again इस सेंचुरी की चीजों को आर्ट में I'll be using in the next era. So I am coming up with something for the next generations. So that means C might be my answer. The fast changing world of perceptual and transcendental understanding. All right, so it is also talking about what these are the range of ideas or concepts, right, that were embedded in the 20th century. But things are changing. We have seen that things have changed drastically. Still, in that drastic change, we have taken some of the usage or pieces of the last century ke arts, and then we have taken the current century ka, and then we can contribute something to the future generations. Right. So to showcase that, yeah, the things in the field of art are changing drastically, and we are coming up with some of the facts from the past. We are inventing some of the things in the present to cope up with the future. So it is saying the fast changing world of perceptual and transcendental understanding, it also can be my answer. So A can be my answer, C can be my answer, D can be my answer. The quick exchange of ideas and concepts enabled by efficient technology. Now we are not exchanging the ideas with the help of efficient technology only, right? So option E will be eliminated. Now out of these A, C and D, which should I mark? No? So for that I'll have to read further, right? What it says that this claim has been generally adopted so that a 16th century painting by a Spranger can legitimately be discussed in circles and results from the exposure of painters. This. Different groups of artists would collaborate in trying to make sense of rapidly changing world of visual and spiritual experience. We should hardly be surprised if no one group succeeds completely, but achievements, though relative, have been considerable. Every group is achieving something out, and as the things are changing so fast, people are forwarding it to the next generations. The next generation is building upon that. So we cannot say that at which point of time it was complete. Every generation has some significant added advantage that have been added to that art and culture, right, just to cope up with the fast pacing world. And from here I got my answer, right? With the fast changing world of perceptual and transcendental understanding, to understand that everyone is creating something, right? And that's why it is getting broadened. Range of concepts and ideologies is getting broadened. Got it? So I was confused between A, C, and D. When I read it further, I got the answer. I moved. Having any doubts, please ask. Sorted, type as we can proceed further. Others?
सर
हाँ.
ये सी ऑप्शन क्यों एलिमिनेट किया?
New language tools which can be used for further exploration into new areas. New language tools, है ना? It is focusing upon what? It is focusing upon the tools. Sorry. It is focusing upon the tools that can be used for further exploration. But जब मैंने यहाँ पे पढ़ा, मेरे को A, C and D में confusion तो था, right? But when I read this statement, all these things are being done to cope up with this rapidly changing world, and that's why D was more appropriate. D was the best suitable answer, and I marked it out and moved forward.
सर इसका लास्ट लाइन सर सॉरी सेकंड लास्ट लाइन देखो जरा.
Beyond this, new language tools have been created for those who follow semantic system, which can provide a springboard for further explorations, right? So it is, again, this option will be narrower in its approach. Why? Because these tools are being used by whom? These tools are being used by have been created only for those who follow them out. So it's not taking into consideration the complete art ka generation, but the complete art ke people who is focusing on art and culture. Only those who are following these tools have been derived for those people. Those inventions have been done for those. That's why it will be a narrower hindsight. Got it, bacha?
ठीक है सर.
हाँ. चलो. Let's move to the next question. ये लास्ट ही क्वेश्चन है. Okay, Anirudh. एक बात बताओ कि मेरा मेजर फोकस जो था है ना, उसके बाद ये क्वेश्चन आंसर, चलो ये क्वेश्चन आंसर कर लो, उसके बाद आई विल बी टॉकिंग। ओके हर्षा, ओके अनिरुद्ध, ओके वंदना। वंदना, आर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड? ओके रोहन, ओके मोक्ष, ओके महावीर, ओके लक्ष्य, ओके ओशो, एग्जैक्टली वही मैं पूछ रहा था। ओके रोहन। हम्म। लास्ट 30 सेकेंड गाइस। ओके आशुतोष, हाँ हाँ अनिरुद्ध, दैट्स व्हाट आई वांटेड टू सिग्निफाई, है ना। बहुत खोज खोज के करना पड़ा यार, सारे पैसेजेस इसलिए रखने पड़े उसी टाइप से, है ना। सी गाइस व्हाट इट सेज, पैसेज यूज्ड एन ऑब्जर्वेशन बाय टीएस इलियट। अब टीएस इलियट भाई साहब कहाँ थे? इन द लास्ट पैराग्राफ, the artist can match the creative pattern crystallized into this structure against the potential and possibilities of his own time. As T.S. Eliot observed, no one start anything from scratch. However, consciously you may try to live in the present. You are still involved with the nexus of behavior, patterns bequeathed from the past. The original and creative person is not someone who ignores these patterns, but someone who is able to translate and develop them so that they can conform more exactly to his and our present needs. So you have to see that some pattern is getting formulated. On the basis of those patterns, we have to see what chain of structures I will have to follow to follow my present needs, right? है ना। अब देखो यहाँ पे कौन सा ऑप्शन बेस्ट मैचेज है। A creative process are not original because they always borrow from the past. Half correct, right? Everything we are not starting anything from start. That's not original. We always carry forward the legacy of the past. True, right? Past behaviors and thought processes recreate themselves in the present and get labeled as original or creative. Now, whether they are labeled as original or creative, that is not our intention to discuss. Originality can only thrive in a green. No, where originality can thrive, etc., etc., not an intention to discuss. Innovations and original thinking interpret and develop on past thoughts to suit contemporary needs. I got my answer, guys. This was true. This was half correct, but this is completely given that you have to develop on it to match your contemporary. Contemporary means abhi ka, the latest needs. I got my answer. As soon as I read this statement, option E will be my answer. Blindfolded. Right? Anyone having any doubts, please ask. If sorted type as, we can then move to the next one. But see guys, before that, the major intention of mine was just to show कि if you see any RC very challenging ना, ठीक है, at least give some time to the RC और at least go for the straightforward questions. पांच के पांचों questions straightforward थे, पांच के पांचों. Were there any questions where we have read like any of the questions जिसमें कि inference था या फिर something on that front? None of them. So when someone was asking today कि at which point of time we should go for this question to ये approach, in those hard passages, go for the question to RC approach, right? क्योंकि यहाँ पे ना माइंड पूरा एकदम थक जाएगा पढ़ते 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 चीजों को समझते समझते समझते. So if you see कि it is something very hard that is really difficult to comprehend, question से RC पे चले जाओ, right? And if you would have gone from question to RC approach in this set, at least पांच में से चार तो सही होते ही होते, right? And this was from an actual CAT paper. You guys can search on Google, right? The four passages that we discussed on the basis of philosophical wale passages, all of them are past CAT papers, right? The next one, the last one for philosophy. Then in the next, अभी तो नहीं है ना, 6 बजे से तो तुम लोगों ने भी ये रखने बोला है. जब भी इसके बाद नेक्स्ट वाला होगा तो एक सेशन में मेरे को दो ये ग्रुप्स तोड़ने पड़ेंगे. इन वन ऑफ द क्लासेस I'll be discussing तुम्हारा economics. In one of the classes I'll be discussing about arts and culture. Then again चौथे में एक में political रहेगा और एक में science and technology रहेगा. All the genres will be covered in this mega session, right? So अभी थोड़ा सा philosophical passage में थोड़ा सा कमांड आया तो टाइप यस, नहीं आया तो टाइप नो. बिंदास लिख दो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
सर एक वो जो पॉलिटिकल साइक वाले आते हैं वो भी एक बार एक वो करता. पॉलिटिकल साइक वाले जैसे लिबरलिज्म हो गया और वो वाले मार्क्स वाले.
कराएंगे कराएंगे, वो भी कराएंगे, डोंट वरी, है ना, वो भी कराएंगे बच्चों. कंजर्वेटिज्म वाला, सेक्युलरिज्म वाला तू बोल रहा है ना?
हाँ मतलब योन वाले में उन्होंने पॉलिटिकल साइक के उसमें वो
हाँ
कर
वो पॉलिटिकल जर्नल में आता है, वो भी कराऊंगा, डोंट वरी अबाउट इट, मैं कराऊंगा, ठीक है. चलो नेक्स्ट आरसी पे. अच्छा हाँ हर्षा, ओके, क्या दिक्कत आ रही है हर्षा बच्चा समझने में, बता मेरे को.
सर टाइम ज्यादा लग रहा है समझने में.
टाइम छोड़, समझ आ रहा है?
आप समझा रहे हो तो ज्यादा अच्छे से आ रहा है, खुद से नहीं आ रहा.
तू मेरे को क्लास के बाद कॉल कर, है ना? ठीक. महावीर तू भी मेरे को क्लास के बाद कॉल कर. 50-50 बोल के हंस रहा है.
ओके सर.
हाँ चलो, 6 minutes of time from right now guys. It's 3:49. We'll start dot at 3:55. Last 2 minutes, guys. Last 30 seconds. हर्षा, कितना % समझ में आया ये वाला पैसेज?
ये वाला समझ आ गया।
पूरा?
हम्म।
Anyone who is still left? Chalo, let's start. What it says, psychology has reflected and contributed to the cultural bias of exalting motherhood. Exalting means praising, है ना? So psychology has reflected and contributed to the cultural bias of exalting motherhood at the expense of fatherhood. That means motherhood is getting praised, fatherhood is not. Sigmund Freud considered the mother but not the father to have a prominent role in infant development. यहीं से आता है, हम लोगों के बीच जो बायस होता है ना, यही सिगमंड फ्रॉइड वगैरह के कारण आता है. ठीक है. What he said that he considered mother as more supreme in comparison to the father. ठीक है. And he said that they have fathers don't have a prominent role in infant development. Gatpille argues that maternalism is instinctual to females, not only to the species, but in mammals generally. He wants that anyone advocating male mothering may bring harm to everyone concerned. है ना? So now again this guy, what he said that अगर तुम लोग male mothering को ज़्यादा focus करते हो, that will create harm to everyone. Strongly influenced by such psychological theory, our culture has been taken in by the superiority of mother theory, right? So this passage, this paragraph considers motherhood as a supreme thing. That's it. Right? Benjamin Spock, in a 600-page book on childcare, devotes just 3 pages to the role of fathers. While he admits that a man does not sacrifice his masculinity, Spock thinks childcare is something the father should do only occasionally, just to help the mother out. Fathers who win custody of children in divorce proceedings are often advised that they should immediately hire full-time housekeepers to function as surrogate mothers, just because they think that fathers cannot be as good as mothers in pedophiles caring. So that's why they this guy suggests that those who win custody of children, they should immediately hire the full-time housekeepers as surrogate mothers. But alas, mothers who win custody are not told to provide surrogate fathers for them. Margaret Mead, the famous anthropologist, once remarked that fathers are a biological necessity, but a social accident. Throughout the 19th and much of the 20th century, our culture has been quite comfortable with this stereotypical views of fathers. Less than 10% of the scientific studies of parents have taken the father's role into account, in spite of the fact that half of all the parents are fathers. Right? So 50-50, yes, still mother is provided more importance in comparison to father, and we are cool with that. 19th and 20th century are cool with this stereotypical view. Society has not yet changed in any major ways with regard to fathers as non-parents. However, researchers have finally realized that the motherhood role is not an inherited behavior pattern. It isn't, now what this line suggests, that it isn't individualistic to mothers, it may be to fathers too, but a learned set of social skills. If fathers can learn this set of social skills, they can obviously showcase that motherhood to child. Female children begin learning these social skills at a very early age. So that society makes no effort to see that boys learn these same social skills. Theories of maternal instinct and attachment or bonding as being exclusively maternal are now being called into question. Now the notion is changing, right? Infants bond the mother and the father. A growing body of literature now reveals that fathers do have potential nurturance just as mothers do. Men are increasingly demanded to be accepted as nurturant parents rather than just the provider and protector. Right now, men are increasingly demanding that yes, we can do too. Young men are beginning to reject the models of parenting, focusing on mothers as supreme. Young men nowadays are rejecting that opinion and are searching for ways to become parents as well as fathers. A radical restructuring of maleness and fatherhood is currently underway. Fathering and mothering are two distinct paternal roles. When a male is nurturant, he is fathering, not mothering. Both mothering and fathering are valid roles, but they are by no means identical. राइट सो नाउ द ओपिनियंस राइट फर्स्ट क्या ओपिनियंस थे मदर सुप्रीम है ओपिनियन चेंज हो रहा है आजकल लड़के भी बोल रहे हैं कि वी कैन टेक एज गुड एज केयर as mothers too. All these notions are kind of changing and the questions are being asked on the only the motherhood for parenting. So this paragraph is this complete passage is all about it, right? Let's move to the first question. Yeah, Anirudh. ऑप्शन एलिमिनेशन से बहुत इजी हो जाता है क्वेश्चन परफेक्ट परफेक्ट others last 1 minute guys okay Neha यार भाई क्या कर रहा है मोक्ष क्या कर रहा है तुषार क्या कर रही है हर्षा देखो ऑथर का ओपिनियन तुम लोग कंफ्यूज कहाँ होते हो पता है सबसे पहले तुम लोगों ने देखा दीज वेर द नोशंस राइट 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 कि हाँ चलो मदर्स आर गुड मदर्स आर गुड मदर्स आर गुड ठीक है अब उसके बाद ऑथर इज सेइंग कि बट राइट नाउ द सिनेरियो इज चेंजिंग those notions, those stereotypical biases that we had in our mind in the past, those stereotype questions are being, those stereotypes are being questioned nowadays. And fathers are equally competent to claim their babies as they can also caretake their children, right? So now, which of these options can support that statement? Buying educational toys, right, for their children, Sir, if you are buying the educational toys for the children, that is not sufficient at all, right? Giving them the emotional babysitting, etc., are also required for a motherhood or fatherhood, whatever you say. So option A will be eliminated. Option B, reading bedtime stories to their children. That means passing time with the children, passing quality time with children, right? This can create that emotional bond, so I'll keep this option. Leaving their children with female babysitters, भाई इसे तो parenthood खत्म ही हो गया ना. If you are leaving your children, that means the parenthood is lost. So why did you mark this option, Mooks? I'm not able to understand. Working in order to pay for family expenses, always working and not paying time with your family, is not giving time to your child, will not let them know ki ha, you have an equal value, right? So that means it will weaken the statement given by the author that the notion is changing nowadays. So option D will be eliminated. Option B is the best suitable answer. Sorted typers, we can move to the next question. If you are having any doubts, please ask. Okay, Vandana, okay, Diksha, okay, Osho, perfect. Anirudh, अनुष्पति. हर्षा गलती क्यों की थी?
सर क्योंकि बी तो सिर्फ एक ही फैक्टर बता रहा है ना.
और डी कितने फैक्टर्स डी बता रहा है? अभी ठीक है, अभी क्लियर है? चलो, लेट्स मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. अबे तुम लोग को अब अगले टाइम से मैं क्वेश्चन दूंगा ही नहीं भाई. क्वेश्चन देता हूँ, सच से आंसर दे देता है यार. सिर्फ पैसेज पैसेज दे दूंगा अगली टाइम से मैं तो. ओके अनिरुद्ध, ओके तुषार, क्या बात है, दोनों भाई एक साथ. ओके मानसी, ओके हजरा, ओके नेहा. अरे नहीं करूंगा रे, चिल मार, नहीं करूंगा, मजाक कर रहा हूँ. अनिरुद्ध, ओके ओशो, ओके अवनी, ओके शुभम, ओके श्रावणी, वंदना. ओके आशुतोष, ओके लक्ष्य. लास्ट 1 मिनट गाइस. भाई तुम लोग ना पागल हो, सही बोल रहा हूँ. मोक्ष, आशुतोष, पूरे पागल हो तुम लोग. अवनी, चेंज योर सेटिंग्स. ओके मोक्ष, एक डांट और मोक्ष का सही आंसर आ गया, एक डांट और आशुतोष का भी सही आंसर आ गया. वैसे मैं डांटता नहीं, है ना. देखो क्या दिया है. See what is given here. Suppose that different studies each brought out one of the following findings respectively, the existence of which one of the finding would most strongly challenge Sigmund Freud's opinion. So we have to see Sigmund Freud का opinion क्या था, and we have to weaken his statement, right? The personality of infants is strongly influenced by their mothers. What Sigmund Freud said, right? Consider the mother to have a prominent role in infant development. That means this option is justifying that out, right? This is justifying it out, right? कि जो मदर का है, अगर इफ चाइल्ड्स आर स्ट्रांगली इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय देम, तो मदरहुड शुड बी द सुप्रीम थिंग आउट. सो दिस इज जस्टिफाइंग स्ट्रेंथनिंग दिस स्टेटमेंट. वी हैव टू weaken. The personality of infants is strongly influenced by their fathers. So if we are talking about motherhood as premium, our notion is false. So I'll keep this as an option because it is challenging segment to the idea. Personality of infant is weakly influenced by their sibling. Now sibling we have not talked about, completely out of the scope of passage. Personality of infants is weakly influenced by their grandparents. Again, completely out of the scope of the parents. Right? So that's the option B will be the best answer. Next question. Sorted type S. Anyone having any doubts, please ask. Perfect. Let's move to the next question. थोड़ा सबर कर लिया निरुद्ध. सबके हाथ में क्वेश्चन है, सब धड़ाधड़ पढ़ रहे हैं, हमसे मार कर रहे हैं. हाँ हो जाएगा, ये लास्ट आरसी है. इसके बाद आई विल बी गिविंग यू द ब्रेक टिल 6, देन वी विल बी डिस्कसिंग द ये. और एक आरसी करना है.
नहीं सर बस.
लाइन से सारे लोग नहीं 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 बोलने लग. ये भगवान. रोहनी सिंह करते हैं सर. चलो लेट्स सी गाइस. ओके 30 more seconds. Sorry. Very easy, all of you are correct. सीधा क्या बोला है कि for which one of the following claim does the passage provide some supporting evidence or explanation? So mothers are teaching their male children to become nurturing parents. No, none of the mothers are teaching like these, है ना. Fathers are rejecting the advice to hire surrogate mothers. No, a big no, right? Because they are not rejecting the advice, they are just preparing themselves better. Mothers are turning over more child, completely absurd. Fathers are becoming more involved in raising their children. Last paragraph suggests this out, so D is my answer. Very easy. Let's move to the next question. मानसी सिंह करते हैं उधर. मानसी साकेत छोड़ के गया. सत्या नीरज, सत्या अवनी, सत्या वंदना. ओके दीक्षा. क्या बात है मोक्ष, सेकंड और बार में सही आंसर आ गया. नहीं मानसी, नो सिद्धांत. Oh, sorry. Perfect, Siddhant. No, Rohan. चलो देखते हैं. In the context of the passage, the phrase maternal instinct refers to. So we have to talk about the maternal instinct, right? देखते हैं fourth paragraph क्या बोलता है. ये था fourth paragraph. Societies makes no effort to see that boys learn these same social skills. Theories of maternal instinct and attachment or bonding as being exclusively maternal are now being called into question. Infant bond with bond the bond the mother and father. A growing body of literature now reveals that fathers do have potential nurturance just as mothers do. Right? So this ability, this is maternal instinct, is some ability we are talking about that father is also showcasing potential in right now. Men are increasingly demanding to be accepted as nurturing parents rather than just a provider and protector, right? So now see what it says. The argument that motherhood is based on role reversal. ऐसा तो कहीं नहीं लिखा कि मदर को फादर बना दो, फादर को मदर बना दो, ऐसा कहीं लिखा ही नहीं है ना. So that's why option A will be eliminated. The argument that motherhood is based on learned behavior. So I might keep this as an option, right? Why? Why? Because it is saying that they are now revealed that father do have potential nurturance just as mothers do, right? So that means they are kind of learning or something. That's why I keep this as an option. The argument that motherhood is based on inherited behavior, right? So now this also I can keep in ये, क्योंकि क्या है कि notion of what that notion of motherhood was, that mothers are better considered as mom, right? That maternal instinct, and then they have said, but the fathers have also started to showcase that they also have that potential. So the notion that mothers are good, the motherhood is better to the mothers, not to the fathers, that notion is getting changed, right? So on that basis I can keep option C also. The notion why that it is on the inherited behavior, but it's not the case. Fathers are learning it too. The argument that motherhood is based on mother-infant bonding, no, completely no, right? Maternal instinct is not about the bonding, it's about whether mothers or the fathers are equally capable to parenthood their child. So between B and C, which I should mark, right? So when it says that argument that motherhood is based on learned behavior and argument that motherhood is based on inherited behavior, the initial intention was that mothers are more capable just because from a very early age, कहीं हम लोगों ने ये भी पढ़ा था ना कि young men are beginning, no, not this, कहीं पढ़ा था ना हम लोगों ने कि बच्चों को, लड़कियों को बहुत पहले से ही सिखाया जाने लगता है, something on that front, and that notion is getting changed here, right? That notion of कि motherhood जो है वो mothers में equal बचपन से ही आ जाता है और it is inherited in them since childhood. That notion is being questioned, and with the notion of that we are changing the perceptions towards कि हाँ fathers are also equally capable, right? So that means कि ये inherited behavior वाला जो thing है ना, that is more into question, not this learned behavior. अगर learned behavior वाला question होता तो then we would have asked whether fathers are learning more efficiently or not, but we haven't asked that question. So on the basis of that option, I'll be eliminating option B and I'll be going with option C. C will be my answer. Any doubts, guys? No? Sorted type S, we can proceed to the next question.
सर एक चीज पूछनी है इसमें.
हाँ बोलो.
सर पैराग्राफ 3 खोलेंगे आप जरा.
या बिल्कुल, जैसी आपकी मर्जी. हाँ बोलिए.
तो इसमें लास्ट लाइन में ऐसे मेंशन है ना कि फाइनल रोल रेस किया कि रिसर्चर ने कि मदरहुड जो रोल होता है वो इनहेरिटेड प्यूर पैटर्न नहीं होता. तो मुझसे इसको फिर मार्क किया जाता है।
See, यहाँ पे क्या दिया हुआ है कि however researchers have finally realized that motherhood role is not an inherited behavior but a learned set of skills, right? That they have it is not something that they have inherited since childhood. They have these things are needed to be learned, right? तो अब ये क्वेश्चन क्या बोल रहा है कि फ्रॉम फॉर विच ऑफ यही था ना,
नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन
ये था इन द कंटेक्स्ट द फ्रेज मैटरनल इंस्टिंक्ट, राइट? तो मैटरनल इंस्टिंक्ट कहाँ पे आ रहा है? मैटरनल इंस्टिंक्ट यहाँ पे आ रहा है। थ्योरीज ऑफ मैटरनल इंस्टिंक्ट, थ्योरी क्या बोलती है? सिगमंड फ्रीड आया, गैब्रेले आया, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा आया। व्हाट दे सेड, व्हाट देयर थ्योरीज सेड, देयर थ्योरीज सेड दैट these things are there in mothers since childhood, right? And that's why they are more capable in comparison to the parent fathers, right, to care their children. So the notion is that that instinct is there in mothers and that notion is getting challenged. This learned set of skills are not getting challenged. That notion of key mothers have that instinctive basis just because they have learned it or they were having it since beginning, that notion is challenged, and that's why option C is marked. समझा? इसीलिए ये दो ऑप्शन, इसीलिए लास्ट पैराग्राफ जो तू पढ़ रहा है ना, कंफ्यूजन वहीं से क्रिएट होती है इस क्वेश्चन में, समझा? But you have to keep in mind what it is saying कि the phrase maternal instinct, on the basis of those theories we have to consider, right? ठीक है?
हाँ जी सर।
चलो let's move to the next question. Okay, Anirudh. Okay, Avni. Okay, Tushar. Okay, Shubham. Okay, Kanchan. Okay, Mansi. Okay, Vandana. Okay, Siddhant. The good thing, you know what I liked about today's session? आरसी के क्लासेस में ना, कभी भी मैंने भी जब अपने टाइम पे भी देखा है ना, इतने रिस्पॉन्सेस नहीं आते हैं, एंड आई एम रियली ग्लैड दैट यू गाइज आर एंगेजिंग सो मच, है ना? तो दैट्स अ गुड थिंग। और इससे क्या होता है ना कि मतलब अब जैसे क्वेश्चंस कोई पूछ रहा है, मैं आंसर कर रहा हूँ, क्लास इंगेजिंग होती है ना, तो पढ़ाने में मन लगता है। क्या कर रहे हैं रे मोक्ष? काहे डांट सुनना चाह रहे हैं गलत आंसर देके? अवनी काहे डांट सुनना चाह रही है? इजी क्वेश्चंस में भी डांट सुनोगी? हाँ हर्षा, बस बस सही है, ABCD चारों डिस्कस करवा ले तू मेरे से। BC अवनी और मोक्ष ने कसर पूरा कर रहा था, कर रखा था, एक का कसर तुमने पूरा कर दिया और आशुतोष ने, है ना? चारों डिस्कस करवा ले, ठीक है? चलो स्टॉप गाइस। हाँ भाई आते हैं, ठीक है? सिलेक्शन ऑफ आरसीज गाइस, सिलेक्शन ऑफ आरसीज। मैं वही बोलता हूँ ना कि मेरा DILR एकदम वाहियात है, लेकिन एक सेट ऐसा था जो कैट 2018 में मैं 4 मिनट में सॉल्व कर दिया था। सिलेक्शन था, DI था, आसान था, DI मेरे को मजा आता है करने में, हो गया था। उसी तरह से कुछ ऑब्वियसली इजी मिलेंगे, है ना? और देखो मैं एक बात बताऊं, दीज आर द डिफिकल्ट आरसीज। जब वो टाइमर चलेगी ना, दिमाग काम नहीं करता भाई। अभी यहाँ चिल माहौल में बैठे हुए आराम से, हाँ चलो डिस्कस हो रहा है, सर आंसर मांगेंगे देंगे, उस इसमें ना दिमाग अच्छा काम करता है, ठीक है? दैट्स आसान लग रहा है, ऐसे आसान आरसीज है नहीं। ये वाला तो खैर मॉडरेट है, इजी टू मॉडरेट है, बाकी चारों तो भाई मॉडरेट टू डिफिकल्ट थे, ठीक है, इसके इजी टू मॉडरेट है, राइट। Based on information provided by the author in the passage, which of the following statement is not true? Author contends that both males and females should participate in raising children. क्यों ये ऑप्शन मार्क कर रहे हो तुम लोग? कितने गधे हो यार, कितने गधे हो। ऑथर क्या बोल रहे हैं कि जितना भी पहले थ्योरीज था कि हम मदर्स आर बेटर, मदर्स आर बेटर, वो नोशन चेंज हो रहा है राइट नाउ। मतलब बॉयज यंग मेन आर आल्सो लर्निंग दीज स्किल्स, सो ऑब्वियसली दे बोथ शुड, मतलब यहाँ पे क्लियरली ये लाइन मेंशन्ड है ना, ठीक है। देखो, बोथ मदरिंग एंड फादरिंग आर वैलिड रोल्स बट दे आर बाय नो मीन्स आइडेंटिकल, राइट। सो दैट मीन्स कि ही इज फोकसिंग टुवर्ड्स कि दोनों को इक्वल, जो जिनका सिग्निफिकेंस है उनके तरह दोनों को पेरेंटहुड करना चाहिए, right? And that's why the author contends that both males and females should participate. Yes, they should participate, and he is contending that. Contending means हाँ में हाँ मिलाना. So why are you marking this option? Gadpile asserts that females do not have to learn about raising children, right? So the females do not have to learn about raising children. What Gadpile said कि maternalism is instinctual to females. उनको learn करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है भाई। भी क्यों मार्क कर रहे हो यार इतना? तो ये तो मैं नशे में भी नहीं मार्क करूंगा भाई कि गैडपिले आर्ग्यूज दैट मैटरनलिज्म, ये सीधा बोल रहा है कि इट्स इंस्टिंक्चुअल, उनके पास अंदर से आती है वो चीज, तो उनको लर्न करने की जरूरत क्या है? एंड दिस इज व्हाट द पैसेज इज मेंशनिंग, सो दैट्स व्हाई ऑप्शन बी विल बी एलिमिनेटेड. बेंजामिन स्पॉक आर्ग्यूज दैट मेल्स शुड नॉट बी हेवीली इन्वॉल्वड इन रेजिंग चिल्ड्रन. यहाँ पे क्लियरली मेंशन था ना कि उनको बस थोड़ा, स्पॉक थिंक्स चाइल्ड केयर इज समथिंग द फादर शुड डू ओनली ओकेजनली, हमेशा नहीं करना चाहिए, आता ही नहीं है उनको. So again, this option is also correct. This is also correct. We have to search for it, not true. So all these are true. Margaret Mead believed that males have a major role to play in raising children. Margaret Mead पे जाओ भाई, ऐसा कित तो कोई बोली नहीं थी, है ना? मीड के बारे में कहाँ बात की गई है? We have discussed about Margaret Mead, right?
पैराग्राफ सर,
थर्ड पैराग्राफ.
थर्ड पैराग्राफ वही तो था. हाँ, Margaret Mead, fathers are a biological necessity but a social accident. Throughout the 19th and much of 20th century has been quite comfortable with this stereotypical ये. तो यहाँ पे क्या है कि she is saying what कि fathers are a biological necessity but a social accident. That means in social upbringing of their child they are horrible. Something on that front that she is saying, है ना? So अगर हम यहाँ बोलते हैं what this option is saying कि males have a major role to play in raising children, if they are socially an accident, how can they be playing a major role? So option D is not true, and hence this will be my answer, right? Last question guys, एक और आरसी करना है. How many of you are saying yes? Vandana saying yes. Rohan is saying yes. Mansi is saying yes. Rajra is saying yes. Char, and there are many who are saying no. Anirudh is saying a big no. अच्छा चलो गाइस, नेक्स्ट वाले में ही कर लेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. बट वीए में आ जाना सारे. आई एम लिविंग ऑन दैट ये कि वीए में सारे आओगे. हाँ, लग रहा है मोक्ष रिच टू द सेचुरेशन पॉइंट, राइट? ठीक है, कूल है. बट गाइस वीए कर लेना, है ना? we'll be doing some good questions of parajumble, short one out summary, ठीक है? और एक और चीज, सेशन खत्म होने के बाद ग्रुप्स, मतलब जो भी तुम्हारे ग्रुप्स हैं, जिस भी ग्रुप में तुम हो उसमें रिव्यू जरूर दे देना यार. इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट, ऑल ऑफ यू प्लीज, ठीक है? हाउ वाज द सेशन, मैं पूछ लूंगा क्वेश्चन, उस पर रिप्लाई कर देना, ठीक है? चल सॉर्टेड. लास्ट 1 minute गाइस. अभी आरसी लगाने का मन करे ना तुम लोगों को, तो मैं एक चीज बताता हूँ, आरसी और वीए है ना, तो 2017, 18 और 19, ठीक है, ये तीन में 6 सेट्स हैं, है ना। 20 से तो 20, 21, 22 के क्वेश्चन पेपर्स तुम लोगों को हमारे पोर्टल पे मिल जाएंगे। अभी उसको अटेम्प्ट मत करना, उसको मैं अक्टूबर या एक तो तुम लोगों ने अटेम्प्ट कर रखा होगा, बाकी मैं नवंबर बिगिनिंग से तुम लोगों को दिलवाऊंगा, है ना। तो ये 8 मॉक्स जो है वो तुम लोग नवंबर से या अक्टूबर 18th 19th के बाद से आई आस्क यू टू गिव, ठीक है। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट ना, जब भी वीएआरसी लगाने का मन करे ना, 17, 18 और 19 के पेपर लगा लेना। 6 सेट्स है, 1 घंटे का पेपर होता था, 1 घंटा टाइमर लगाओ, बैठो, एनालाइज कर लो, ठीक है। तो उससे क्या होगा ना, कैट में कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाएगा, और उसके पेपर्स अवेलेबल है, दैट्स व्हाई आई एम सेइंग, ठीक है। 17 से पहले का पेपर अवेलेबल नहीं। सो सी व्हाट दिस क्वेश्चन इज सेइंग, ऑल ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स अबाउट मेन एंड, अरे, all of the following statements about men and their role in parenting and the family would be consistent with the author's attitude towards young men in today's society, except यंग मेन के बारे में उसका क्या है कि यंग मेन आर आल्सो लर्निंग ऑल दीज स्किल सेट्स नाउअडेज, राइट। सो मेन कैन एंजॉय द रोल ऑफ पेरेंटिंग इक्वली विथ वुमेन, यस, दे आर लर्निंग इट आउट क्योंकि उनको अच्छा लग रहा है। यंग मेन आर रिजेक्टिंग ट्रेडिशनल आइडियोलॉजीज कंसर्निंग पेरेंटहुड, यस, ideological tendency was that fathers are good mothers are good parents, so the young men are rejecting this out, perfectly fine. Men have the capacity to learn the qualities that allow women to be maternal, yes, they have the capacity and they are showcasing that out, so this is also true. Young men are resisting to leaving the workplace वाली बात ही नहीं हुई है यार, वर्कप्लेस का तो पूरे पैसेज में कहीं बात हम लोगों ने नहीं किया है कि young men are resistant to leaving the workplace in order to provide care in the home, no, they are not thinking about it कि यार वर्कप्लेस को छोड़ के कैसे पेरेंटल केयर कर सकते हैं, ऐसा नहीं हो रहा है, they are showcasing more interest towards it, right, so option D will be my answer, right। चलो बाय गाइस, थैंक्स फॉर ज्वाइनिंग इन। अभी ग्रुप में एंड नहीं कर रहा हूँ, इसी मीटिंग में 6 और 6:30 वट एवर यू से,
6
6
सर
to 8,
6
6 to 8 और 8:30 वट एवर टाइम है ना, तो 6 to 8 और 8:30 वो उस समय में डिसाइड हो जाएगा। 8 बजे अगर सैचुरेट हो जाएगा, 8 बजे छोड़ दूंगा, 8:30 बजे तो 8:30 बजे, है ना। और उसके क्या रोहन दिखा नहीं तेरा क्वेश्चन, तेरा क्वेश्चन मेरे को नहीं दिखा रोहन, कॉल कर लेना, पूछ लेना, है ना। तेरा आंसर आया, अच्छा। हाँ रोहन, मैंने सारे पैसेजेस आरसी के ही इससे उठाए थे, पास्ट ईयर पेपर से ही उठाए थे, ठीक है।
सर ये लास्ट लास्ट वाला कौन सा इसका ईयर का था?
ईयर ईयर मैंने नहीं देखा था, उसमें ईयर मेंशन नहीं है, बस कैट का मेरे पास एक बुकलेट था, मैंने उसी से वो सारे प्रीवियस ईयर कैट पेपर से उठाया था, है ना।
ठीक है ठीक।
ठीक है,
हाँ
तो अब ये कैट का है कि नहीं है, सारे कैट के ही प्रीवियस ईयर पेपर से हैं, तो पता नहीं है वो चारों, तो मतलब मैं बता दूंगा तुमको देख के, मेरे को पता नहीं है ना, ठीक है। चलो गाइस,
ठीक है।
बाय बाय, थैंक्स फॉर ज्वाइनिंग इन।
सर